A very nice good evening to you all, wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia, or indeed the world, ladies and gentlemen, on the back of the anticlimactic Oz alert warning that everybody had shot into their phones at 2 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon. We reconvene for business as usual and normal programming on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, live, exclusive and free across YouTube and Facebook, with thanks to Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrc.com, Flash Graphics and Disruptive Labs. This is round 4 of Monday night's offering, incorporating and including our first look at a couple of GT3 splits for this term. First up, sprint racing from Waste Options, Wings and Slicks, Formula Renault 3.5, and then, of course, on to the Adelaide Parklands for Waste Options GT3. Zach Capen alongside Adam Lavis. Apologies in advance, I'm sounding a little bit hoarse tonight. I was at the Sydney Illawarra Kart Club over the course of the weekend. Some fascinating racing there, but it's so bloody loud that I end up talking a little bit louder myself to try and combat the noise that's coming in around the joint. But nonetheless, we'll push on and we'll get through it as we always do. Night 4 of the Commonwealth Games, updates from Glasgow as we go. And, of course, 4 races on the program for you, ladies and gentlemen. The Red Bull Ring first up for Waste Options, Formula Renault 3.5. Cameron Dance on top of the points table at the moment. Tied with Alex Tzigis, 270 apiece, 262 for Luke Brooker. Then Dougie Gowans, of course, 225, and Guy Leach, 222 points. Back then to David Baz, Martin Davis, Adam Funslow, Joel Hansen and Liam Amos, the top 10. The circuit, you know it, you love it, is the home of the Austrian Grand Prix. And, of course, there are the track and weather conditions for you. 5:43 local server time, 12 kilometre an hour, winds 25 degrees the ambient, 31 on track, 57% humidity, but fortunately fine, dry, clear conditions. Johnny Banach picking up where he left off last week at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, and Monza. The last 2 weeks in that order. Johnny Banach alongside Cameron Dance on the front row. Doug Gowans, Luke Brooker the second row. Alex Tzikis and Adam Funzler the third row. Mitch Noble, Guy Leach the fourth row. Jonas Deggan and, of course, Joe Trucker Baldwin from 5. Liam Amos, Thomas Sinner from 6. David Baz, Ryan Jones from 7. Travis Sazapati and Martin Davis from 8. Joel and Hanson, Chase Tippett from 9. Jarrett Crosby, Terry Knowles and Kevin Wakefield make up the field. The first of 2 for the night for these guys and 4 overall. Let's go to work in the Syrian Hills. That was a really messy start further back. Couple of cars bogged it down. Oh, no, there we go. There's the trouble. Johnny Bannock's gone round. Took Cameron Dance with him, I reckon. And they spear all over the racetrack. Adam Funzlo also off the road. Mitch Noble on the tow rope. Drama aplenty on lap 1. And it all started with the temperamental rear end of these things, trimming Johnny Bannock up at turn 1. Dance up to take evasive action. And poor old Adam Funzlo, Adam Lavis, and Mitch Noble, they were collateral in all of that, mate. Good evening to you. Of course, we've got our eyes on your equipment tonight, hoping that it wants to behave itself for the next 3 hours. You've had a shocking run of late, but at least we get the best seat in the house to watch a full night of sprint racing.
Oh, wow.
Trucker's gone, and Ryan Jones too. They're dropping like flies, mate.
Yeah, a bit of a hectic first lap here. We'll see if they can tame it down a little bit and get on the way and get some clean racing going. But yeah, a bit of an interesting start to the race.
You'd say that again. Apologies if I sound a little bit preoccupied, folks. I tripped myself up. I was trying to make a coffee before we got going. Realised I didn't have any water in the jug. That was fun. We fixed that now, though, so we're firing at all cylinders for the balance of the night. We hope you are as well. Miller Motorsport tuning in and guaranteeing a Mitch Noble and Liam Amos 1-2. It's their day today. Well, you just put the kiss of death on Noble, didn't you? There you go. It wasn't the commentator's curse, it was the fan curse. I like it. Takes the pressure, takes the weight off our shoulders for a change. Down the hill we go. Alex Tzikis has been good so far this season. Guy Leach, Dougie Gowans, all these guys vying for a rare race win in this series. As Tzikis leads them through in the battle for third place at the moment. He's got Luke Brooker on his tail and Liam Amos not too far away with Travis Azapati and Martin Davis. So Cameron Dance has won a race at the moment in this series. Aidan Luthwaite has won a race in this series. Johnny Bannock has won a race in this series. And so too has Dylan Shepherd. 4 different race winners so far. Johnny got the curb and collected Dance on the way through. Too greedy on the curb. And the Funzlo incident was isolated. That was separate, him and Noble. Spearing through the grass on the exit of turn 1. Gowans has gone to the front, by the way. Okay, so Noble on the grass. Yes, okay, you can see how that's going to happen every day of the week. And poor old Adam Funzlo is going to have his world wiped out from under his feet here. Bang. Nowhere to go. Ryan Jones, he just got whiplash from how quickly he went up and down the field. And he's on the tow rope already. He can't take a trick at the moment. He's slowly but surely getting some good results on the board again. But then rubbish like that happens. Oh, dear. And it was 2x2 through there. I'm not sure whether there was a little bit of hip and shoulder or whether it was just purely and simply the reaction to the car landing on the ripple strip and the AstroTurf on the exit. Oh no, in the gravel goes Luke Brooker. And off with him is Johnny Bannock and Cameron Dance again. They've come together again. Dance goes through an 11th. Bannock and Deggan are gone. They're dropping like flies in the Styrian Hills. And my voice box is just not going to cop it tonight. I'm going to have to
all that gravel.
refrain and restrain myself, I think.
Yeah, all that gravel on the road, they all have no grip. None of them, look at them. It's like a oil slick.
And Cameron, I mean, that was just watching synchronised ballet. No intention there from either one of that pair. Liam Amos, poor old Cameron Dance, he's been involved in 2 incidents tonight that have not been his own doing, have not been his own fault. Liam Amos now has gone around as well.
We have now completed the commentator's curse.
Correct. Johnny Baddock to pit road. Adam Funslow back out on the track, albeit a lap and a half down. Mitch Noble, Ryan Jones. There's only 21 out there, Adam, so it's taken until week 4, but we're starting to see that drop-off that we so regularly talk about.
Possibly, hopefully, it's just a bit of a slow week, but we'll see how it goes. Hopefully, if we can maintain this or a few more, that's still good racing. And
important to note as well, ladies and gentlemen, it is the final week of July. It may only be the 4th week of the term. Oh no, in the gravel, that's Luke Brooker again.
He's done the same thing on the same bit of gravel, and he's bringing more gravel on the road to make it hard next time.
Debris, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there they go. Terry Knowles, that time. Are you kidding me? Alex Tzidakis, 1 minute 20.544. Guy Leach, 1 minute 20.463. Gowans, Tzidakis, Leach. Either one of them makes a new race winner on this list. In about 11 minutes, Rowan Browning runs in the heats of the men's 100 in Glasgow. We'll keep you updated as to how he fares in that. On what is a big night of sport, David Baz lurking in the shadows of Travis Azzopardi. So, Tippett, Jones, Tippett, Jones, Noble, all on pit road. Jarrett Crosby off track now. Jonas Deggan goes ahead of him. Madness. Absolute madness. Tippett with the Nigel Mansell-inspired 1992. Yeah, Nigel had a crash or 2 in 92, but not in race mode. He was faultless that year. Tore at the shreds, won the World Championship at the Hungaroring, much to Murray Walker's delight. And Tippett obviously has the mechanical. Liam Amos, Jarrett Crosby off the road again, somewhere around turn 5. Oh boy. It's that sort of night. The field has spread out. The biggest and best battle on the racetrack is the one you're looking at. Trav Azzopardi holds on to 4th. He's got David Baz, Martin Davis, Thomas Singer at bay as they make their way up to turn 3. And up on the outside, David Baz on the inside. Gets by Travis Azzopardi. The up and under the switchback? No. And Azzopardi has to be aware of the presence of Martin Davis now. 7.5 minutes gone. It's a 10-minute heat. Then we go 15 minutes. Then we, of course, get stuck into 21 minutes of GT3 bronze and 37 minutes of GT3 gold for you, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you will have seen on our socials earlier in the day. You would have seen on broadcast last week. We're changing things up here on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club with the arrival of a 4th GT3 split in our main course Monday night offering. Comes with it some subtle name changing, some rebranding, if you like. The first time we've ever done it, and you'll have to let us know what you think. We'll have the results from the Platinum split and the Silver split a little bit later on, which you used to know as Pro and Am. And we are bringing you Gold, which used to be Pro Am, and of course the Social Club, which has become Bronze. So all that coming up tonight for you. 4 races for the price of 1, 2 on home soil. A week in which we have a couple of stops on home soil. Supercar racing there from Phillip Island on Wednesday night, whilst the Porsche Pro Invitational is happening at the Red Bull Ring at the same time. So we get a fair bit of familiarity with regards to where we're going this week, and we're looking forward to that. The swimming underway as well in Glasgow, ladies and gentlemen. So we're keeping an eye on the heats there. We're keeping an eye on the athletics. We're keeping an eye on the Formula 103.5, and we should get white flag in the air this time by. Gowans, a 2.5 clear of Alex Tzidakis. That'll be 5 different winners to start the season. Off, Cameron Dance was off the road momentarily, but he's back going now. So Dougie Gowans, he's been promising this for some time. We know that he's well versed in open world racing. We know he's got good pedigree and credential and a very good reputation that precedes him as well. He's one lap away from snaring his first win of the Formula Renault 3.5 season with thanks to waste options. Monday Night Motorsport Night 1, Week 4, Term 3, 2026. And there's a slowdown for Martin Davis now coming out of the final corner. 1 minute 19.984 for Johnny Bannock, fastest lap of the race. Who's holding the invert at the moment? Luke Brooker. Luke Brooker holds the invert. I hope they get out there with the broom at the end of this heat, though, Adam. We can't be having all that debris left on the racetrack for race 2.
I hope so. It depends on how if Travis is flicked. There's an option in the settings to do that. He hasn't done it for the GT1, so it may not happen tonight. We'll have to wait and see.
Indeed. So, Dougie Gowans on his way home. 1 minute 19.773. Johnny Bannock, the fastest lap of the race, as you can see on your screen there. But right now, it's all about Doug. I'm trying to think. There's probably 2 more famous Dougs in Australia than that bloke on screen. Actually, 3. 2 of them were cricketers, Walters and Bollinger. The other one was the pizza guy. But Dougie Gowans, when it comes to motorsport, he's the best Doug in town. He's got the job done. Race 1, round 4. Waste options, Formula Renault 3.5. Gowans on top for SLM. From the JMR entry of Alex Tazika, Sky Leach for Injectors Online Racing, third David Baz and Travis Azzopardi made up the top 5. So Baz got by Azzopardi and consolidated it. And that was Joel and Hansen, exit stage right. Too much curb. 10th went to, Cameron Dance is going to get the invert pole. Cameron Dance is going to get the invert pole. Now, how has that happened? More to the point. Someone has come afoul on the final lap. Because Luke Brooker was holding 10th at the start of the final lap. And something's gone awry for somebody. Terry Knowles, Jonas Deggan, 12th and 13th. Joel and Hansen, 14th. Kevin Wakefield finishes 11th. Oh boy. Have a look at the damage for Cameron. Oh, well, now that I'm hearing an apology from former El Presidente Joe Baldwin in my earpiece at the moment in the direction of Jonesy. Oh dear. Gowans, Tazika, Leach, Baz, Azzopardi, Sinner, Davis, Baldwin, Brooker and Dance. And Cameron now lines up as the odds-on favourite to become our first multiple race winner of the season, Adam Laver. So I would imagine, like, if you're a betting man, you're probably looking no further than Cameron. But they've got to get through the first corner cleanly in order to actually start that conversation, I would imagine.
Well, Lucky Brooker's also got some pretty good pace, so you just got to keep on the track and stay away from those marbles. So I think those two might be the ones to look out for in the front row. But you never know. You saw the front row didn't last very long in the last race.
First corner, as a matter of fact. Baldwin and Davis, the second row. Then Sinner and Azzopardi, Baz and Leach, Tazika and Gowans, the first 5 rows. Ready to fire. Heat tour night from the Red Bull Ring in Austria. What about the boys starting further afield? Can Johnny Bannock fight back? What about Adam Bunslow, Ryan Jones, or Mitch Noble? No Chase Tappert in this race. Racing. Cleaner start. Hold your breath as I say it, though. They're 4 wide. That won't last long. Down to turn 1. Wait for it. There was a little bit of argy-bargy niggle further back, but it looks as though we are okay. Noble up 4 spots already. Jones up 2. The chase is on. Down towards turn number 3. Down around the outside. Baldwin. Trucker wants to lead in Austria and will do so. Up 2 spots. Our mate from across the Noah is side by side with Luke Brooker on the run down to turn 4. And here's Cameron Dance making it 3 wide and saying, righto boys, I'll take it from here, thanks very much. And now Baldwin under relentless pressure from David Baz. It was almost in no man's land. He was looking over the left-hand side. There was only grass and gravel awaiting him if he went any further. Leach in the 5th spot. Tzidakis has a party. Gowans, Bannock and Davis arguing over the same piece of real estate. They round out the top 10. 15 minutes. Gloves off, elbows out, sprint racing. 12 laps. That's all we have. I think I'm right in saying that. Time will tell. 1 minute 24.756 standing lap time there for Cameron Gans. Luke will go. Oh, there goes Tuggy Gowans. There will be no repeat from him. He won't be doubling up tonight. And he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to secure round honours from there as well. Dance is there in position number 1. Brooker is second. Baldwin has been passed by Baz on the exit of turn 3. The run down to 4. Baldwin's just been gobbled up here. Brooker, Baz, Leach all go through. Truckers back to 5th. 1 minute 20 and 2 is 2:40. 3 is 4. 3 times 4 is 16. And considering that they are doing a pretty neat 80-second lap, Adam, they should get back to see the white flag at the end of lap 11 with about 15 seconds on the clock. How's that for mathematics?
Well, we'll have to give it another 13 odd minutes. It'll actually less than that, 12 minutes, and we'll find out how close you are to the point.
Tzidakis and Leach. Tzidakis and Leach. Leach was looking good in race 1. And like Dougie Gowans, he's plummeting down the order in race 2. 4 4s are 16, yep. 3 4s are 12. Yeah, I think I'm right. Not too sure. I'm a little bit fatigued at the moment, folks. Yep. You know when you have one of those dead sleeps where nothing disrupts you, nothing wakes you up, etc. The alarm woke me up this morning. I had about 5.5 hours continuous sleep. I couldn't tell you the last time that actually happened for me. I could probably tell you about 5 times in this decade alone in which that's happened, and no more. So to have that, but then you wake up and you feel so lethargic, for lack of better words, and being mindful that it's a family-friendly time slot that we're in. Yes, suffice to say, I've been battling fatigue all day long. Down the inside with Brooker on Cameron Dance, hence why I was making a coffee as we went on there, ladies and gentlemen, just to see us through till about 11 o'clock Eastern time tonight. I've got to have a chat with my colleague here. We are going to have a very short and abbreviated, sharp and sweet post-race show in the next couple of weeks, but we're just going to work out the minor details on what that looks like before we fill you in. Suffice to say that Adam's alarm is going off at a far less civilised time than I'd ever like to see it go off on a Tuesday morning for the next couple of weeks. So we'll accommodate that accordingly. It will mean a slightly shortened post-race show, if not, if there is even a post-race show. I mean, we still invoice accordingly, as though we had a post-race show. But there'll be just less. Oh no, trouble on the back. Ryan Jones, second incident of the night for him. So yes, there'll just be a lot earlier finish than usual as Bannock goes by Baldwin now. Bannock up at a 4th spot. Less time on the overall broadcast time when you go and look for it in YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. So be mindful of that for the next couple of weeks. Jones at curb. Those curbs are savage on these cars. These cars do not like them, Adam.
Yeah, they're very stiffly sprung, which is also part of the reason why they're so taily, because the rear's a bit stiff. But yeah, they're just a savage beast to tame. So you just got to be right on top of it and have your reflexes right up to the top level to keep hold of it.
I'm so glad I brought a kilo of honey last week. I think I'm going to guzzle most of it in a schooner glass tomorrow, just to soothe the vocal cords and get the tonsils back on track, back firing and all cylinders ready for Wednesday, and particularly Thursday and also Friday as well. Bannock across the line, 1 minute 20.144, the fastest underway so far. Look at this, the time just went out and Funslow.
Oh, they're going to get that.
Oh, trouble and gone. Bang into the wall, that's a big one. Funslow and Davis have come together, and Funslow, he's halfway to being a canoe. Davis will be limping up one back home as well.
I think.
That's how about Daniel Snedden?
Not sure.
I'm not laughing at the incident. I'm laughing at the comment.
I'm wondering. It looks like Francois might have just slightly come across a little bit there, and it's unfortunately not gone well.
My morning alarm is louder than what came through at 2 o'clock, Daniel. I mean, maybe it would have been a bit of a different story if I was in a restaurant or a shopping centre or a hall full of people and it was all echoing through the place. But I was at home on the lonesome on the bottom floor here where I broadcast from, and yes, I've heard a lot louder alarms than that over the course of time.
I don't think the point of it is to be loud, because otherwise, I think they've said that they've picked the volume to try and like be catchy but respectable in case you're somewhere where you don't want it like to be overly abundant. So I think the sound level was too bad. Like for people like on a graveyard shift who are asleep, so maybe if you had it full blast, that would be very annoying. That sound would be horrendous to wake up to.
Oh, absolutely would be. Although I will say this, because of what you were saying there, and because of what I've said as well, I'm willing to wager that the sound department at the respective news network outlets, 9, 7 and 10, I reckon they've done a little bit of swift editing there. I reckon they've upped the volume for their news reports. They've taken the you-know-what and extracted a bit out of it. They've leveraged it a little bit because it sounded a lot louder on the news bulletin, and the TV was nowhere near max volume than what it sounded in my phone this afternoon.
Chances are the news guys would have just got the sound clip and just put whatever volume they chose on it.
Yeah, that's right. Imagine if it was at a... Yeah, well, that's true. Oh, dear. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. I'm only working with the material you're feeding me, mate, as per usual. There's plenty to work with. Appreciate that. He's Johnny Bannock for third. Bannock for third on the inside of David Baz. The Honda turn one. Good recovery from Johnny this one. No doubt about that. We're at half race distance. We're on deluxe 7 of 12. Here comes Baz, looking to respond very quickly. The right of reply. Oh no, Baldwin and Azzopardi are gone. Baldwin and Azzopardi are gone, and there was a bit of wheel banging there between Bannock and Baz. Boys, they're open wheelers. It won't end well. Baldwin and Azzopardi on the tow road. Now, what has happened there? Oh dear. Ryan Jones out of the race. Funslow a lap down. Leach sitting out there about half a lap down at the moment. Uh-oh. Oh, Trucker. Oh, no. No.
They're both in the same Twitch chat too, so that would have been interesting.
That would have been comical, yep. You'd like to be a fly on the wall for that post-mortem. That's, yeah. Oh, wow. That was unlucky. I mean, how many times have we seen that tonight, though? In what? About 20 minutes of racing. We've seen that a lot. Which, yeah, just nowhere for Trav to go. Joe had no control of the race car. That is literally a racing incident. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually, Nathan Michael. I'll pay that. I have credit where, like, to obviously fill in the gaps here. I was in Sydney last night. I couldn't fly home until this morning. I could have watched the race on KO, but that would have required me being awake. I fell asleep before race start. I was gone for all money. As I said, I had a dead sleep right through till the alarm went off at 5:40 this morning to get the 6:50 shuttle from the hotel to the airport, and then make my way. Let me come back to the airport later on in fair dinkum. Give yourself an uppercut. The Sydney airport this morning. Not as bad as Brisbane the other day, but still, I was having a sense of humour failure, and I thought 7:20 a.m. on a Monday morning was a little bit too early to be having one's first sense of humour failure for the week. I saw the signs. No, it's that was. I've heard plenty about it, but I haven't actually seen anything. Obviously, I've seen results, but I haven't actually been able to sit down and watch the highlights. Not even the mini on Fox yet, so I'll put that on the to-do list. But yes, Oscar not happy. I mean, obviously, the Sainz incident. I know that is unlike me, Jordan. You are absolutely right. The real Zach. I don't know what's happened to him. I've got ideas, but I'll elaborate on that a little bit later on as well. Luke Brooker in third spot at the moment. Johnny Bannack is up in second, chasing Cameron Dance. So the two boys that were on the front row at the start of the night are chasing one another through the field here. The run to the end of race number 6 of the season. Dance Bannack, oh geez, I tell you what, that was a moment for David Baz. He's chasing Luke Brooker here at the moment. They are only 1.4 seconds away from Cameron Dance. And Johnny Bannack, there's Jonas Deggan in 16th. As they make their way up the hill. 3 to go at the line, boys, 3 to go. And again, it'll be by that margin of about 5 to 10 seconds, as I was talking about. There are 3 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock. Sorry, 2 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock. I'm so used to these feature races being 16 as they were in Formula 3 last term. They're 1 minute less this term, but we're still actually going to go 16 minutes here. It's a slowdown for Johnny Bannack, and that'll crucify his chances, I think. That'll hand it to Cameron Dance. There's a bit to pick apart in what you gentlemen have been saying. I did hear the colourful commentary from Oscar. I've heard a few others' thoughts on that. I mean, it's all circumstantial in the end, really, because obviously Oscar's had a mechanical failure and da-da-da-da-da. But, when you're at the professional level and you're not seeing blue flags, there should be a fair slap across the wrist coming the way of Carlos Sainz, I would imagine. It's amazing, isn't it? Spain are the talk of the town for all the right reasons with regards to the World Cup and everything that went on there, with regards to Alex Palou and the way he's dominating IndyCar at the moment. But then you talk about Carlos Sainz, and it's kind of like, no.
I'm pretty sure they in the cooldown room they sort of confirmed something, because even Leclerc said at one point he got a blue flag, so the system wasn't working properly, and you could tell that because it was I think it was about 20 minutes into the race. The leaders were nowhere near any lap cars, but you could see car numbers flashing on the back of the light panels indicating not getting blue flags, even though they were miles on the road. So there was a system malfunction on the Formula 1's end, which was just causing havoc, and the teams weren't really compensating for it.
No. And here's the thing too, right? That again highlights what we've known for so long now. Technology cannot be trusted. Yeah, okay, it's a handy tool to have, but it's only good when it works. Yeah,
you need to have a backup plan for when it's not working properly.
Now this will be interesting because we've got a special guest in the house, and I'll get to him in a moment as well. I'm looking forward to his take on what's going on. But in the meantime, we've got a one last lap dash to call here. Cameron Dance is now 2.3 seconds clear. We're going to have our first repeat winner of the season. We've got Martin Davis chasing Mitch Noble. This is for position number 9. So good recovery, obviously, from Johnny Bannack, up 14 spots. And a very nice recovery as well from Mitchy Noble to get up to 9th, up 12 spots. Really solid effort. I've got to answer Jordan Pianazola's point about what's happened to me and why I'm missing sporting events. I'll fill the gaps in there in a moment. I haven't forgotten about that, and I've also inadvertently remembered what I was going to mention to Joe the other day as well. And there's a clip coming the way of Liberty Media in the process. It's funny that we're talking about the Formula 1 light debacle. There's another WT question coming their way in just a few moments as well. Ryan Jones out of the race, Travis Lazzapardi and Joe Baldwin out of the race. You've just heard Trucker in the background. And Adam Funslow is a lap down, but take nothing away from Cameron Dance. This has been a magnificent performance from him. The invert pole, really, the gift that keeps on giving for him, because he was able to see off the thread of Johnny Bannack, the slowdown, put the nail in the coffin for Johnny. He took his opportunity to convert an invert pole into a victory in race 2 here. And it's a victory that will break the stranglehold of change at the top of the leaderboard in this series. We're finally going to have a repeat race winner in this campaign of Race Options Formula Renault 3.5. And it is Cameron Dance and the Logitech Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport stable who are victors here at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. He won race 1 at the Circuit of Barcelona Catalonia. The invert didn't go his way that night. Tonight, he gets the invert pole and capitalises in a monumental way. Johnny Bannock 1.89 in arrears, finished with the fastest lap of the race. He goes second. Luke Brooker held off David Baz. And then back to Alex Kazikas, Thomas Sinner, Doug Gowans, Liam Amos. You saw Mitch Noble having got by Martin Davis there on the run home. That is all she wrote. Davis did remarkably. I cannot believe... I cannot believe that Martin Davis was in that incident with Adam Funslow, of course, and he's been able to push on. He's been able to push on and bring it home as though nothing had ever happened, whereas poor old Adam Funslow had a destroyed motor car. How good's the Matrix? Fair income. Cameron Dance, Johnny Bannock, 1:19.369 for Johnny Bannock, the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Then Luke Brooker, David Baz and Alex Kazikas. 1.9 the winning margin. We did get 12, so tick that off your bingo card, the first one of the night, ladies and gentlemen. And Dougie Gowans, after that spin, recovered for 7th. 7 positions gained for Liam Amos, 12 for Mitch Noble, 14 for Johnny Bannock, the clubhouse leader there. And as you can see, 16 drivers finishing on the lead lap. Funslow a lap down. Oh boy. Joe, awkward time to be sitting in the Whiskey Business Racing Discord chat, I would have thought.
Hey, yeah. I had the head of race control and race control stewards were in there as I was smattering 4-letter words over the setup that was chosen for the car tonight. It was diabolical. Like it understeered on entry, it oversteered on exit, it just... Yeah, the front end had no feel. And, I mean, the amount of guys that were dying in the first 2 laps of pretty much both races just sort of, yeah, it was really, really tricky to drive. And, yeah, it caught me out. I've done no laps in it. Like tonight's my first go in these cars in about 2 years, I think. So it's a car I love. I actually prefer the Renault 2.0, but it's a real handful. It's got a lot of power and it's... Yeah, it's really, really tricky, but I think the setup tonight was probably a bit on the dirty side. Like it was just, I don't know, it just seemed very understeery and it'd go to snap oversteer. So that's the way I felt it anyway. It just, like the tyres, here's where I got Ryan, just cold tyres and on how twitchy it is. I was trying to stay low and not touch him, but it just, as soon as I touched the throttle, it just gave a twitch and just tagged him, so I apologise to him at the end of the race. And I mean, if I get a penalty for it, it's probably deserved. But just, yeah, the car, I just felt it was really squirrely. But yeah, I had a little bit of pace there until I killed Trav in the second race. So I apologise to him. We're both in Discord together, and he said he just zigged when he should have zagged. And yeah, I grabbed the curb, and once I started bouncing, I had my foot on the brake, and just they don't stop when they're in the air.
But that was the point, wasn't it? I mean, and the 2 blokes that have just joined us in the commentary box, namely one C Dance and Jay Bannock, they know full well just how squirrely these things are. And once the car in front of you is spinning, they are a passenger and you're helpless because you often get caught up as an innocent bystander. Cameron got caught up in an incident with Johnny on lap 1, and I think... they both caught spinning on gravel and debris later in the same race. One recovery was better than the other, though, but we'll talk about that in a moment because it was rather telling with a view to race 2. In fact, let me bring them in at this moment, Joe, and I'll come back to you, mate. Stay with me.
All good.
I know it's only...
Ask him about me killing him towards the end of race 1 when I got a wheel spin as well, poor Cameron.
I was going to say it's only afternoon tea time over your way, so you're good. You're here for a little while. Cameron, good evening to you. Johnny, good evening to you. Cameron, first repeat race winner of the season, but you did it the hard way. You had to somehow, I don't know how you're able to, from the disastrous start for both you and Johnny coming through turn 1 there, you then had to fight your way back through. As Joe said, you've nearly got caught up in a secondary incident, and somehow you've still managed to snag the invert pole or an invert front row start in all of that. So talk us through that madness, because that obviously set you up with an opportunity to restore order in the second race, a second free pass, if you like, to start off the front row, and you weren't wasting that invitation.
Yeah, race 1 was... turn 1 didn't go particularly well. I was facing the wrong way, so that didn't help. And then sort of carnage ensued in front of me. Managed to get past everybody, and then someone decided to throw some kitty litter on the road at I can't remember what corner it is, but on the infield area. And I think everybody in front of me plus me got caught out by it. As I saw 2 cars go off, and then I went, oh, I'm going with it. So yeah, that didn't go particularly well. And then Joe had a bit of a squirrely moment up at the top of the hill as well, while I was right up his gearbox, and didn't leave me with much margin for error running into the back of him. So I lost the front wing with it was 2 or 3 laps to go, or whatever it was, and I was like, yeah, this isn't ideal, but looking at the gaps, we might be able to salvage some sort of result. So I just decided to carry on, cruise at home. Managed to get the invert pole, luckily. Bottled the start though, don't know why, but it just burst in a wheel spin and managed to sort of limp it off the line a little bit. And then after that, it was pretty much once I got past Luke and whoever it was in front of me, it was pretty much just maintain the gap, try and pull a gap if I could, which I managed to do a little bit. And then saw Johnny coming in, it was like, oh, this could be interesting. And then he ended up mucking up turn 1 again with, I think it was 2 or 3 laps to go, and I was like, oh well, that's I guess that's in the bag then.
And I must say, good evening to you, Johnny Bannock, as well. We basically put the nail in your coffin when we saw that second slowdown penalty come up with about 2 and a bit laps to go. It was curtains at that point, but by gee, it was a good chase while it lasted.
Yeah, it was good, and I just want to start the night, I already DM'd Cam, but I just want to say, I'm really sorry about that start. Just, I'm rarely ever on pole position and had the biggest nerves in the world going into turn 1. I missed my braking point, and yeah, that's just not the standard I hold myself to, so I am sorry, but I hope my recovery was good enough, and congrats to Cam on the win, so yeah.
Well, I was going to say Cam's recovery in race 1 was actually better than yours. 2 off-track skirmishes each, but he somehow manages in the invert, and you had to work your way through from 15th. Or 16th, I think it was.
Yeah, the start of the second race was a bit hectic. I think I made about, not trying to toot my own horn, but I think I made about 5 passes off the line. But the cars are very tricky to start, and that was evident in the first race when I cocked it up, really. But yeah, just learning bit by bit, and we'll get there.
Comment from both of you, pair, because Joe's already mentioned this. He's a bit filthier on the baseline setups that were on offer for tonight. What were your views on that? Because for mine, just basing off what Johnny was saying there about the start in turn 1, and we saw it with Joe, we saw it with several others, something about the ripple strips here, the curbs, the cars did not like them in any way, shape or form, did they? Start with you, Johnny.
I did do some practice with mounting the curbs, but it was at times a bit of a poker game. You don't know whether you're going to make it out alive or not sometimes. It can be a bit dicey, but it can get comfortable. It's just, I don't know, the pace differential wasn't really there, so I decided just to keep it clean within the white lines and the off-track limits, and just went from there, really. Indeed.
From your standpoint, Cameron, what do you make of all of it, please?
Yeah, pretty similar to Johnny. The last time I drove this car was before, around this track especially, was before the 3D curbs were introduced. So it was completely different, where you used to be able to drive over the curbs and go wide and onto the AstroTurf and all that stuff and go oh yeah, whatever, carry on. But now it's whole different ball game. You're going in a corner, it's going I should be a car width to the left or the right or something, and it's no, don't do that, because it's just gonna go and throw you off the track. And I don't think it mattered what we did, whether we ran a higher downforce or setup or not. The 3D curbs here are just so aggressive. Even guys in the V8 and stuff are complaining it's just so much worse than it used to be. So yeah, it's one of those things that about this new 3D curbs is that you've just got to sort of treat them with a little bit more respect and know which ones you're going to be able to use, which ones you're not going to be able to use, and around this track it's pretty much don't touch any of them. So it's it was just, I just decided to keep it off them as much as I possibly could. Where I could use them, I use them, but it was like there's no real gain from using them at the end of the day, and it just upset the car more than anything. So yeah, just decided to keep it on the black stuff rather than try and go on the coloured stuff.
And Trucker, I can imagine that based on what Cameron was just saying there, if you've got to go around and do your own research on every single ripple strip, on every single circuit, that's a lot of brainwave.
Especially when you jump in with about 5 minutes of or 10 minutes of practice left, it makes it very, very difficult. But yeah, it's, I don't know, it felt like there was no springs in the car. Like the curves here are brutal, even like running wide, like the last two right-handers. Yeah. The thing you get up over the curbs, like, and it get all squirrely, and like it ran me wide there, and I've got to be slow down. I think it's towards the end of race one. Like, as soon as you touch curb, it sucks you up on it and bellies the car out, and you lose your steering and just run wide. Like the cars are brutal around here. See, he's gone outside, Johnny. I see that. I see what you've been doing. So maybe I should have tried that a couple of times. But yeah, get up over the curbs and whatnot, and it's just. Yeah, it's more like a go-kart than a race car, like with how hard it's hitting the curbs. It was terrible. And once I got the bounce off of this curb and killed Trav in race 2, I just give up. The tow truck can have it.
Yeah, absolutely. Johnny, I believe you were first into the gravel trap over the backside of the circuit. You wouldn't have been able to believe the luck and misfortunes of both you and Cameron when he joined you, and I'm not sure, was there a clip of the front end on the way through as Cameron was spearing through the gravel as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I saw him just wave at me as he ran into me. No, it was honestly like ice through there. Like I tipped the car in, and then as soon as the rears touched the gravel, it just spun around like ice, and there was nothing anyone could have done during there, like unless you drove through there like at a granny's pace, which was not exactly ideal with the guys I'm racing, but yeah, it happens.
Driving to the conditions is only, good if everyone adheres to the same sort of arrangement. But as you say, yes, when you're racing these guys who win at all costs, yes, you can't afford to wash off any extra speed than you have to. So the granny's pace argument just doesn't cut it. 2 podium finishes for you now, Johnny, so that's looking really good as you try and put together a championship assault from having missed the first 2 rounds. As for you, Cameron, the championship itself, mate, looks pretty good. I mean, 12th in round 1, we won't worry too much about that, but 1st, 5th, 2nd, 10th, 1st, a stroke of luck getting the invert, but 2 race wins now. You're the first 1 to 2. Can you go on with it?
Yeah, I think we'll be able to get some decent results as the rest of the season goes on. Be interesting to see like what each track sort of holds in terms of what the racing's like. But yeah, I think we're going to be pretty consistent. Like, we've shown some pretty good pace in every round so far, and the consistency in terms of results is there as well. So we're trying to obviously get the championship, but it's looking like it's going to be reasonably close to the top between the likes of me, Alex, Luke, Johnny. It's going to be a pretty good fight, I reckon. But yeah, the aim is, I guess, the championship at the end of the day. So we'll just keep plugging away and see what we can do.
Righto, let me come back to Formula Renault 3.5 in a moment and get your boys' views on next week and what you're looking forward to or not about steering these around the Nürburgring and then Silverstone. They're the next 2 stops on the tour. But it's appropriate that we mention the Nürburgring, right? Because once upon a time when you ran a Grand Prix there, it'd have a name that was attributed to, a nation or a continent, like the European Grand Prix. It hosted a German Grand Prix that was famously won by Mark Webber. It was, for a couple of years, known as the Luxembourg Grand Prix and whatever else. So what in Christ's name are Liberty Media smoking Joe Baldwin when they say, look, we're gonna go to Malaysia, but we're gonna run the Bahrain Grand Prix there? Like, why wouldn't you just rest the title of the Bahrain Grand Prix for a year and revive the Malaysian Grand Prix? Like, geographically, wouldn't that make just a little bit more sense?
Merch sales, mate. You've got to be PC, merch sales, all that sort of stuff. Like, it's Oh, look, I don't know, Abdul or whatever his name is that's running the show there now. He's done some strange things, but the only thing I can get behind is his push to bring back V8s or V10s or whatever he is in the next couple of years.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah, I can't wait for that because, I mean, it's been boring as bat droppings the last couple of years with the sound of them, but yeah, look, I don't know why they do a lot of what they do this year. Like scale electric racing is about all I'd call it at the moment. So with the batteries and all that sort of stuff. So and commiserations to Mr. Piastri for last night too. That was a bit of a bum deal. I think Carlos might be getting a couple of beers bought for him by Lando on Saturday night.
I'd say so. When they reconvene after the summer break, that is. Although
Yes.
it's appropriate that we mention that because you and I were having a chat off air the other night, and I said, let me come back to that later on, Joe. We never got back to it because neither one of us could remember what the bloody hell we were talking about.
No, we couldn't.
But one of the things that I didn't get to mention on Friday night, and I reckon this was it, is the talk about what has come to pass, and that is that we're going to the Sepang International Circuit. There's a bit of real estate that I'd love to see iRacing get their hands on.
Oh, Sepang would be fantastic. I've driven it on other sims on, Jeepers, what is it? I can't think. There's a couple of different sims at the time. But
R-Factor and
R-Factor and Race Room. Race Room's the one. The version in Race Room of Sepang is absolutely fantastic. So if iRacing can actually get the rights to it and get that on board, it'll be a fantastic. It's probably really the only great track that's missing at the moment. Like, I can't really think of any other good ones that. I mean, it is Herman Tilke, let's be honest, but it's probably
one of the better ones. Yeah,
one of the better ones that Mr. Tilke's ever been a part of, and it's actually a great circuit. So I would like to see it, and I think it'd actually be a great track for supercars, to be honest.
That and the Istanbul Park circuit in Turkey as well. That's all Turkey, as they're now referring to it. That's confusing the bejesus out of people. Don't worry about that. But the interesting thing there is I mentioned all of that because it's all relative to this schedule, because you look at this schedule and we are on either current Formula One Grand Prix venues or former Formula One Grand Prix venues for the balance of the campaign. The only Formula One host venue that we've been to this season was Motorland Aragon back in round one. Nürburgring leads into Silverstone, leads into Jerez, which of course famously hosted that 1997 title showdown between Schumacher and Villeneuve. Kota, which again, mixed opinion on that one from a lot of people within this club anyway. Hungaroring, where we were last night in the real world, and then of course Suzuka to finish that. So that's what's ahead, and as you can see there, two of them are sprint rounds, Jerez and Kota. But we're back to 30-minute racing for the next 2 weeks. So as I go to you, Johnny, and you, Cameron, obviously, Johnny, you can give the number one member of your fan club a shout-out on the way through. But go to you first, Cameron. Your thoughts on the rest of the schedule, how you might fare at the Nürburgring, and do you echo what Joe and I were saying about hopefully iRacing getting around the Sepang International Circuit and bringing that in?
Yeah, the rest of the schedule looks pretty good. I reckon we'll be all right at Nürburgring. I do actually enjoy that circuit, to be honest, as strange as that might sound for most people. But yeah, I reckon Sepang will be a good addition. I could swear I saw somewhere some time ago that they just scanned it or were looking to scan it. So it's clearly on their radar at some point. Whether it's going to be anytime soon, we're not sure. But yeah, it'll be a great addition. And I reckon the supercars... I want to say there was a shorter layout of it, but I can't even remember what layout it was now. We'll probably actually go quite well there.
Looking forward to that immensely. What about you, Johnny? Your thoughts on all of the above?
Yeah, just looking forward to all the tracks. I think Nürburgring will be a good time. I haven't driven it in the Formula cars yet, but I do like the layout, in particular with that tricky chicane at the end of the lap. It's just a matter of just me putting in the laps now to get up to scratch and hopefully just have a better night than tonight. So yeah.
I reckon Hungaroring's going to be a cracking venue for these cars.
Oh, 100%.
That'll be the race of the season.
And the tyre management as well I think is going to be key around there, particularly just how cotton sensitive these tyres are. But it's a good challenge, which I don't mind. So it'll be fun to try and learn it when the time comes around.
As long as it's a little bit better setup than what we had tonight.
Well, actually, who looks after that? From is that a club thing that someone?
Yeah, Trav has parties organising it, and he just used iRacing setups for the particular venues. I believe he actually put a poll up, and like 88% of people said they wanted this. So I don't know if they'd actually driven it beforehand, but it's the one we got.
Well, I was going to say, I'm not sure if he's going to specifically go back to the drawing board and do you any favours after the way the race ended tonight, Joe. But maybe if there's more feedback from other members of the cohort, he might go back and have a look at that with regards to next week. There's the updated point standings at the end of round 4, ladies and gentlemen. So Alex Tzidakis has a 2-point gain tonight. A second and a fifth outdoes Cameron Dance. Dougie Gowans wins the round. A first and a seventh, good enough to win the round. 96 plays 91 at 89 for Tzidakis and Dance, respectively. Tzidakis on the top of the points table at the moment. 40 points covers the top 4. 361 plays 359, 348 for Luke Brooker, and 321 for Dougie Gowans. Guy Leach, David Baz, Martin Davis, Joel Hansen, Adam Funslow, and Thomas Sinner make up the top 10. Geez, there's no real margin for error here, Cameron, is there?
No, based on how close it is at the moment. I mean, you look at like where everybody's finished in that second race versus the first race. And it's like it doesn't take a big swing to like move you around quite a bit. So yeah, it's certainly going to be about consistency and just making sure you're getting results on the table every single week out.
Yep, and Johnny, I mean, 83 points for you as well, mate. So very hard to get a gauge on where you sit at the moment because you've given everyone a 2-round head start. But if you can keep turning up and putting all the results on the board over the course of the next 6 weeks, you'll be right in the thick of that championship fight when we get to the final round, I would imagine.
Yeah, not with performances like tonight. I feel like I had good pace, but I don't know, just didn't deserve the win, especially after the first race. Just didn't have my head together off the start, and Cam did what was necessary, and that's why he's leading. But for the rest of the season, just like I said, just try and show up and do my best and just see what happens and go from there. Really, like there's not much more I can do with no drop rounds, like you said. Yeah,
there were only it was only 13 points between you and the eventual round winner, Dougie Gowans. So yeah, it's a sneeze really between the top and where you've ended up in all that. I'm just having a look around to see. So 86 was the common denominator there. So you got 80. You got 83, 86 for Luke Brooker, 84 for David Baz, 86 also for Thomas Sinner. So you're only about 7th for the round based on all of that, which isn't too bad. 13 points covered the top 7 in the round, and 40 points covers the top 4 in the series at the moment. Just wanted to finish on, gentlemen, because again, you've given me just about everything with regards. Oh, hang on. You're watching some crafty work from Adam Lowe's on the... Oh, no. on the fly. Just see where we're going. Oh, live broadcasting at its best, ladies and gentlemen. So, actually, that puts it into round perspective for you. So, yeah, Johnny was 7th for the round. Not bad. Ahead of Martin Davis, Guy Leach, and Kevin Wakefield, who was tied with Terry Knowles as well. So, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a trick to the trade there with Adam Lavis, 96 for the round for Dougie Gowans. Not much in that at all, but again, such huge variance in the results. No real consistency there because everyone was getting picked up and spat out by either spinning cars that had no control or the driver had no control thereof, tyres on grass, rear ends not wanting to cooperate, gravel being on the racetrack, debris, etc., etc. So many different variables tonight. I don't think there's too much else to pick apart there with you guys. You've answered pretty much everything that I can think of. But let me ask you this one, because obviously Joe's last comment about Sepang was, I reckon it'd be good in the supercars. I remember a time where, and I think the Hungaroring's an example of this, we had a few guys saying supercars just don't cut it on Grand Prix circuits, right? Are we thinking about that, Joe, as Sepang maybe being the exception to the rule? Because there's that's one caveat of what drivers have said to me over the course of time, maybe supercars on Grand Prix circuits just aren't a good fit or a good feel. And of course, we know the disdain for among some members for four-wheel vehicles on MotoGP circuits as well. So you can't win either way, really.
Not really, but I mean, Sepang's got a mix of everything, right? Like, it's got the big, long straights back-to-back with big braking areas at the end of it. So there's opportunities to pass there if you're good under brakes. There's it's got the sweeping, like the big, fast, sweepy sections up around the back. And it's one of those circuits, it's magic with the bikes. There's no two ways about it. But F1 always race well there. And it's just one of those circuits that's got a little bit of everything. And I think the two big straights with the big braking zones at the end of it is what'll make or break the guys that are good, like brake control. You know, it's something I absolutely lack in the supercar. About the only time I'm good on those is on the main straights. That's about it. But the guys that have got good braking control, I think, will shine at a place like Sepang and, you know, trail braking and that sort of stuff. It's not. Yeah, and I mean, setup will be critical there, but I look forward to them getting it if they can get the rights to that place. I think it'll be a fantastic play, and it'll be one of those tracks that they'll sell a bunch of it. You know, everybody will want to have Sepang, I think, if they can get it onto the service, and I'll certainly be one of the first guys to buy a copy of it. That's for sure.
Indeed. Thoughts on that, Johnny, and also Cameron?
Be a tight killer. I know that. Particularly in the supercar. They'll love it around there.
And I was going to say it'd actually be more appropriate. Remember that Porsche race that we covered where it just absolutely chucked it down, cats and dogs? Well, if we get weather like that in Malaysia, it's quite seasonable. Therefore, it'll be quite relatable, quite relevant.
Oh, it'll be good to watch, not to drive though. But it'll definitely be good to
watch. Cameron?
Yeah, it'll certainly be a punisher for tyres, that's for sure. So you might have a lot of guys trying to tyre save more than race, but in terms of the general racing though, if you have guys just full on brawling it out, I reckon it'd be a pretty good circuit. Maybe even whether it's the Grand Prix layout or one of the shortest layouts, it's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, it would be a pretty good circuit, and then wet racing around there, I guess the only benefit would be that you're not getting wet, seeing as it's virtual rather than real life.
Absolutely. Unless you want that real effect to be added in by someone just sprinkling water over the top of you as you go racing, I'm not sure. The electrics might not handle that, but yes. I'm trying to think how else we could add to the realism of the experience for you. I'm not sure. Quickly sum it up for me, boys. Start with you, Trucker. I know I'll see you Friday night, but what's keeping you busy between now and then? Will we see you in the sim rig at any point? And I also want to know when Johnny and Cameron are going racing next as well, please.
I think work's probably going to keep me busy for the rest of the week. I think we're all hands back on deck as of tomorrow afternoon, but look, if I can get into the V's on whatever night that is, Thursday night, I think I'll certainly be there for a drive. And other than that, we'll see you Friday night, hopefully for another double header.
Hopefully so. That'd be 4 from 4, which is not bad for the pair of us, considering we weren't sure we were going to be able to do it. Very nicely done. Thank you, Trucker. Johnny, Cameron, when are you next racing, please, boys?
I'll go first, I guess.
Yes.
I'm racing tomorrow, not in gents, but in the New Zealand at least side of the qualifiers to go and try and qualify for the Global Esports Games over in LA. The New Zealand Sim Racing Collective has put on a competition with New Zealand Esports around sending someone over to LA potentially if they make the top 19 countries. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. There's a couple of good guys in there, so it'll be a pretty tough field. And then I've got Apex Racing League Endurance Series on early Saturday morning with Sam Sutton and the GTP, so that'll be fun. And then back into the Renaults on Formula Monday night, I was going to say.
And we're looking forward to next Monday night already. Johnny, what about you, mate?
I won't be able to drive much for the rest of the week. Probably just practice a little bit of the Nürburgring, get my head around it, and that's about it, because I have a lot of personal stuff going on at the moment for the week, and hopefully from next week onwards I should be a lot more free to try and dip my toes into other series, preferably the IndyCar, but I'll see how I go.
We look forward to seeing you Rip and tear in the open wheelers as well, mate. We've got GT3 standing by in a matter of minutes, boys. Thank you very much for jumping on in and having a chat. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just obviously shout out to all the boys at Logitech ODBM, and obviously Logitech and all the people, all that are on the car, for all their support as always, and you guys for the awesome broadcast and the committee for the awesome series as always.
I'm going to take that as a no from Trucker because he's already exited the room. Johnny?
I want to say thanks, but I feel sorry for the team and particularly for Cameron. I know he still won the feature, but I still feel horrible about that start. That was just not... It's not the standard I hold myself to, and I'm really sorry again. No, I genuinely mean that. I don't know how many more times I can say that because I'm just ridiculous. It was a rookie move and just a rookie mistake, really. But just thanks for the team for putting up with me and my antics, and hopefully I can repay them going in the coming rounds and whenever I drive a car. So go from there.
I'm not going to lie. I've just scrolled through Instagram as you boys were doing your thank yous, and Simpsons NRL on Instagram is taking the you-know-what out of the Oz Alert alarm using a Homer Simpson alarm skit from the show from many, many years ago. So I've hit the save button on that so I don't lose it. I'll go back and have a laugh at that a little bit later on. Thank you, boys. Appreciate that as always.
Cheers, Zach.
You can always rely on someone to bring anything that happens in this great world of ours back to a Simpsons reference. I'm all for it. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube. We've got GT3 Gold and GT3 Bronze coming up. We'll take about a 30-second break and come straight back with that in just a moment. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Nice to have your company wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia or indeed the world. This Monday evening, Austria done. Australia still to come. We move our attention, our focus from the open wheelers to the tin top component of tonight's Monday Night Waste Options doubleheader from Formula Renault 3.5 to GT3. And the first in a new era for the category on these platforms, at least, with the move to 4 splits recently. It was then decided that, well, whilst we're giving it a complete overhaul and expanding it, we may as well give it a lick of paint as well. That's exactly what we've done as we make our way to the streets of Adelaide, to the Adelaide Parkland Street Circuit, to the home of next year's MotoGP round, to the home of the final stop on the Supercars Tour each and every year, to the former home of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix, which, again, for some reason, I don't know why, people like referring to it as a title that didn't actually exist They refer to it by the capital city name, but no, in the record books it was always shown as the Australian Grand Prix. So give yourself an uppercut. At 12 o'clock local server time here, 26 km/h winds and a west tending northwesterly direction, nearly north tending northwesterly. It's right in that northwest window at the moment. 20 degrees the ambient. 50% humidity, 23 on track. Thankfully, it's fine and dry so far. This is GT3 Bronze for you, ladies and gentlemen, which last week was known as the Social Club. This is our first look at them for the season. 239 points for Colin Bennett, 228 for Dale Sharp, 223 for Martin Davis, 202 for Jason Tierman and Luke Wegener, 198, Liam O'Connor, 192, and Greg Colgan, 190, 183 for Barry Punter, Troy Mortensen, 174, and Timmy Watson, 170 points. The grid for race 1, Jordan Sears on the front row alongside Mitchell Cherry, Luke Wegener along Bradley Curtin on the second row, Martin Davis, Harrison Rayner the third row, Dale Sharp on the fourth row alongside Colin Bennett, fifth row, Barry Punter and Callum Maxwell. Samoya Goodwin and Troy Mortensen from 6, Tristan Koch, Brian Bullock from 7, Tim Watson, Jason Tierman from 8, Peter Foster, Greg Colgan from 9, Calvin Little and Steve Harvey from 10, from 11 it's Darren Miller and David Sarro from 12, Jarrett Crosby rounds out this field so far. Haven't seen Thomas Cole take to the grid. Waiting for Tamoya Goodwin and Brian Bullock as well, but if they don't take to the grid anytime soon, actually Cole's in race control, so that takes care of him. Everybody else, except for Tamoya Goodwin and Brian Bullock, has taken to the grid. And unfortunately, we've got a little bit of an issue here in that STK timing and its infinite wisdom has registered half the cars and not the other half, so we're going to have a little bit of disparity here on the leaderboard as we get this race underway. It's showing everyone from Tim Watson down as having completed half a lap, and everyone above him on the grid sheet has having not completed a lap and being on lap 0, if you like. So, as far as manufacturers are concerned, McLaren, Ferrari, Chev, Mercedes, BMW and Lamborghini. And not much more beyond that. I can see a Porsche, yep. And I think that's about it. Because there was an Acura in the split in the form of Brian Bullock, that's no longer there. There was an Audi in the split, but that's in race control, so that doesn't matter. So we've got McLaren, Ferrari, Chev, Mercedes, BMW, Ford, Lambo, and Porsche. So what have we got? 8. No Acura, no Audi, and no Aston Martin. None of the A's. What's going to work on the streets of Adelaide? This is race 4 of the season. In Waste Options GT3, a smooth run so far. We know how savage that ripple strip can be at the centre chicane, and everybody's taken it A-OK so far. And they are almost already completely in single file formation. What, was there some sort of gentleman's agreement there, Adam, that that's what they would do? Just to avoid collateral damage at turn 1? I mean, we've seen plenty of that already this season in the other categories that have come in. Oh! Mitchell Cherry. Under pressure now on the inside, Bradley Curtin will go straight through. Jordan Sears leads on the streets of Adelaide. A clean start so far, mate, which is good. And I mean, I'm not surprised that we're going to see big numbers tonight across the board. I mean, to have, what do we have, 21 here. Tamoya Goodman makes it 22, having joined from pit lane. 22 here in the bronze split. Bodes well for the rest of the server and the GT3 offering across the board, because the numbers have been really high so far this season. To see 23, 22 turn up on the streets of Adelaide in the lowest of the 4 splits, that's an awesome result. Great to see such manufacturer diversity as well. But let's also be perfectly honest, we've got 2 home rounds this season, one on the streets of Adelaide, one at Mount Panorama. That is in week 10, of course. And we know that there's a big flavour of the monk type vibe on the streets of Adelaide right now.
Indeed there is, yeah. And so looking at the numbers when I was during the server, looks like we've got around about 100 people well up again. So we've got low to mid 20s in the bronze and the silver, and around that 30 mark for the platinum and the gold. So yeah, another triple digit turnout, which is always good.
Through we go, first time. Martin Davis. Let's have a look. Dale Sharp on the inside. Big dive Sharpie. Not successful. Wasn't able to pull it up on the outside. He's still there. And the line has been taken on the way through by Harrison Rayner. Rambo holds sway for now. As soon as the order corrects itself, that totem pole will appear on the left-hand side of your screen, folks. But in the meantime, Jordan Sears, fastest time of the race, 1 minute 22.162 through lap number 2. 118.164 lowers the benchmark there. And now the leaderboard will fix itself. It only takes 2 laps to figure it out. As they all come through, Jordan Sears, the leader here. Lap 3, yeah, plenty of slowdowns. Martin Davis, Peter Foster. 3 laps into what is expected to be 16, 27 for the feature. We're on the streets of Adelaide. I was going to say, just to give everybody at home a little bit of an insight into what you do, Adam Lavis. All these graphics are your great work. We need to acknowledge that. So just how much time went in between last Monday and now, not only going through and having a look at all the split allocations and seeing if anyone needed to be rerouted, but then also, I mean, you've had to find some time to overcome your own little technical gremlins as well, but then to go back and redo the colouring of all the graphics that everybody sees at home across the 4 GT3 splits.
It's kind of like, I took the I think it was Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. Basically just started with the logo. Oh no, different. But when you see the actual GT3 logos pop up on the opening tower, I started with those first. Sort of sent it to the committee, said that everyone's happy with that. And once we got the logos coloured right, then went through, fixed the SDK graphics to match, fixed the sheets to match. And yeah, it's one of those things it's not an overnight job. It just takes a little bit of time, but it wasn't a major time suck, but it does take a little bit of time to run through the processes and get it done.
Absolutely, it does. But well done, and thank you for the hard work. Everybody at home will be enjoying a new look to our GT3 offering throughout the course of the balance of this season. And I dare say this year as well. The silver and platinum splits we'll have for you in the coming weeks. We'll obviously have the results from them at the end of tonight's broadcast as well. But our focus is bronze right now and then gold a little bit later on. Now to answer, just as everybody goes through the motions here, if there's any reason to cut in with specific incidents or replays, we will do so. Just to answer Jordan Giannazola's point, he knows full well, and I don't mind disclosing this to everybody else, I've had some enormous trouble with getting adequate sleep in the recent past. So much so that after we finished on Friday night with the IndyCar, and I finished having a chat with him and Trucker after the fact, got myself packed, got myself organised, went up to bed, fell asleep half an hour if I was lucky. I was on the road to Sydney, so it was about, it was an 18-19 hour day before I saw bed again on Saturday night. Wasn't the world's most comfortable hotel mattress. In fact, it probably would have been more dangerous but more comfortable to fall asleep in the bathtub that I had in the hotel room. Obviously with the hot water in it to keep the from acquiring pneumonia. And then on Sunday night, because I had to stay in Sydney, I was dreading another uncomfortable hotel room mattress, but no, I actually got a very comfortable one on this occasion, and I just sank into that and fell asleep. And I left the Commonwealth Games on the telly, and the wall goes the Ferrari, was it? Yes. No. It was Greg Colgan in the Chev. Oh boy. A little bit of an awkward run through turn 11, and he scrapes the wall. Back onto the main straight we go. Tim Watson holds the invert pole at the moment. So yeah, I haven't been getting the best amount of sleep. I'm a little bit drowsy tonight, actually, because, again, been a very long day from the alarm going off at 5:45. I might have had 20 minutes on the air, on the plane in transit here if I was lucky. But then it's been a busy afternoon and evening. So if I sound a little bit worse for wear, yes, it's fatigue. Yes, it's the vocal cords getting a workout yesterday, and a few other things as well. That's not to worry. I feel as though some good sleep-filled nights are on their way, even if it does come at the expense of watching some sport, of course. But I very rarely get the chance to, as I said earlier, sleep all the way through to when the alarm's due to go off. So I was very happy with that. Let's have a look at what's going on out there at the moment. 7:45 gone on the clock. As I say, we're heading for a total of 16 laps in this opening heat. And that's not just based on calculations, that's based on the calendar sheet that is accessible to everybody, courtesy of Adam Lavis as they make their way through. Sears, Curtin, Cherry, Vegeta, Bennett, Rayner and Davis, the top 7 at the moment. Invert pole currently being held by Tim Watson. He's also the biggest mover of the race so far. +5 for Watto. +3 for Foster and Colgan. +2 for Little, Harvey, Miller and also Crosby. Samoya Goodwin up into position number 20 despite starting from pit lane. So only 2 positions gained so far, but a net loss of 9. From 11th on the grid back to 20th because he missed the start. A blow to his chances tonight, a blow to being in the invert as well. Lap 7. And a Lambo leading the way. Geez, there's a few club members embracing the old Lambo at the moment, and it's good to see. It has been a while, but it's refreshing if nothing else, Adam.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, just to get the trusted little wedge out. It's one of those. It's a bit like the Audi and the Porsche. They have their own quirks with keeping that rear behind, as we see. We've showed definitely go slow down there. There it is, pops up, and he serves it straight away, which is good because he can get it done, get in this next gap for the staircase section, and get on with his race without impeding anybody. So, well done there. And Colin Bennett behind him also, in front has also got one, so Colin Bennett's going to have to do his on the straight, which is the worst spot to do it, because he's going to lose more time, but we'll see how they go. They'll sort it out.
Indeed. It's hugely exciting to see Jordan Sears break clear and disappear. 5.5 seconds to the good. 2 Fords, then 2 BMWs. Cherry, of course, relegated as a result of the slowdown and the penalty that came with that. But still, 5th is good. A for points and B for featuring in the invert. Rayner in 6th spot. So 3 different manufacturers have 2 entries in the top 6 right now. And a Porsche, 2 McLarens and a Ford make up the top 10. So that's, what's that? That's 5 different manufacturers. 3 Fords, 1 Porsche, 2 of everything else. Colgan with that moment has now dropped to 15th position. Ferrari seems to have a very strong presence, but all of them, despite their dominance in GT3, what is now Platinum, Adam, the 4 Ferraris here are all sitting outside the top 10.
Yeah, we have a couple of people in the lowest split said the Ferrari's a bit tricky, so it must be one of those ones where it's fast if you can get a handle on it, but it's not easy fast.
Holden having to serve yet another slowdown penalty there. Sears, Curtin, Wegener, Bennett, Cherry, and Rayner, Davis, Sharp, Maxwell, and Watson. We were riding with Dale Sharp, we still are. We're down to the hairpin. Sharpie would be loving the fact that he's on home turf tonight. Mark my words. Very proud, colloquial South Aussie boy. Loves his motorsport. Often bragging about the fact that he goes to every Adelaide 500 event or grand final event or whatever they want to call it these days. Loves it. talk about fanatical. And of course, you've heard that for yourself over the last couple of weeks with Dale jumping in and joining us here in Central Commentary as well. But yeah, lives, loves and breeds at 24/7. 10 of 16 here. And he's back in the trusty McLaren. We've picked up Harrison Rayner, who is at the forefront of that trio of cars, including Sharp.in.c. And in between them at the moment is the Porsche of Martin Davis. So you got 3 different skill sets and 3 different cars on show here, folks. Also interesting to note that Tim Watson is still holding on to 10th place. He hasn't found a way by Callum Maxwell just yet. Just yet. It may happen, but it hasn't happened yet. Give it time. There's still plenty of time to come. But what's been interesting, Adam, is just how clean/uneventful this race has been. The cleanliness doesn't surprise me, right? Because this is GT3, what we used to refer to as Social Club. This is GT3 Bronze. The lower the tier, and I don't mean that in a degrading way, I just mean that with a view to our grading system. The further down we go, from Platinum to Gold, there's probably more intensity and more aggression shown up there than what there is in both Silver and Bronze. As I try and get dressed on the go here, I've just had to go and reach for an extra layer, an extra jacket, because it is very nippy by Ipswich and Queensland standards down here tonight. Got caught out by that earlier in the day. 11 of 16. But that's a fair assessment, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah, normally, as we see, normally the Platinum Pro split is normally the fastest guys, the most aggressive guys, cutthroat racing, people trying to get as far forward with the tactics and everything. The next split down is normally the next level, just slight level down. Not quite as intense, but still very fast guys in there, and trying to keep it clean and get towards the front. And then you got your next split, which would be like your guys still just trying to find that little bit of extra pace, and usually a bit more respectable with the racing because they're not really, it's not as much aggression to try and get to the front. They're more sort of trying to have a good race and keep each other and have fun on track. And usually the lowest split here is like your more sort of guys still keen to have a good race, but very respectful of each other and looking to have nice, clean racing for the most part of their events to keep it on track. Because most of these guys know that if you get into incidents and ruin someone's race, that ruins their fun. So they try and keep it all on track and do the best.
I was going to say that issue you were talking about last week with regards to the timing screen might also still be prominent as well. I've got a lot of nuns on the screen at the moment. I'm not talking about the religious type. For the benefit of everybody at home. 6.7 the margin. Jordan Sears over Bradley Curtin at the moment. Luke Valiant, Colin Bennett, and then Mitchell Cherry. Harrison Rayner, Martin Davis, Dale Sharp, Callum Maxwell, and Tim Watson the top 10. So it's a 10-second gap from Sharp back to Maxwell and Watson. We've picked up the battle featuring the 9th place Callum Maxwell right now, because it's not just Maxwell and Watson that are there. It's the guys that could break their way to do the top 10 late in the piece. It's the Barry Punters, the Troy Mortensons, and the Tristan Koshes of the world. They're 11th, 12th, and 13th right now. That's your battle pack. It's 5 deep.
Amazingly, there is not one instant on my tracker. It's all just an overtake from them.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? It is absolutely a credit to these guys, the way in which they go about their business. That may change a little bit later on. And Christ, it's looking dark there, trackside too, by the way. Like, we saw the server time, what was it? 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It looks like it's about 5 o'clock in the morning and it's sunrise.
It's one of the...
Or 5 o'clock in the afternoon and it's sunset. It is a winter server, Adam.
It's one of the... Ever since they brought in that model, the lighting model changed about a year or so ago, it's the one sort of downside of it. It's really nice when it's got direct sunlight, but when it's relying on ambient light, because it's power cover or nighttime, it gets a bit too dark, too fast. So it looks a lot darker than it really should be. But I do have a little setting here I can fix that.
Hello? Watch magic as it happens, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a little brighter. You want it brighter? You're happy with that?
Hey, Lavis. Oh, that was good. I noticed that. It wasn't.
That's too bright.
Like, that's too bright. Yeah, that's right. I agree. No, what I was going to say, it wasn't obnoxiously, altered. It was just I reckon the first move was far better than the second. Because when you go too far, people pick up on that and they're like, no, they're taking what now? They're taking liberties. GT3 lap 14 of 16, just like that, ladies and gentlemen. And 1:16.806, the fastest time of the race for Jordan Sears over Bradley Curtin. Mitchell Cherry sitting 5th at the moment, under pressure from Harrison Rayner and Martin Davis, and we picked up Colgan in 16.
Yeah, Tom just made a move on Colgan here. Now Colgan's under pressure.
So, Goodwin through, Colgan through, Tierman and Livers still trying to find their way through.
Davis just got through on Rayner.
It's so different seeing Martin Davis out there in, because the colour and livery and everything else that he runs in the open wheelers. Before, there's no trouble and gone, there they go. There's your first incident, Adam Lavis. Oh dear. Harrison Rayner. And Mitchell, was it Mitchell Cherry? Yes, it was.
They've got so much of a gap here. They may not lose this on the spot here. It's going to be close.
He might lose out briefly. But as long as he stays where he is, his teammate, his mate Timmy Watson's just in behind him. And he'll hold on to an invert front row if he stays where he is, Harrison Rayner. Let's have a look at this again. The overlap.
That's going to be a tough one. I think, it's just Rayner's gone for the same bit of track and come together. I think that's probably going to be racing against it, but it's going to be a tough one.
Has to be. I mean, obviously, there was one car wide, there was one car narrow, and there were other contributing factors. It wasn't as though, I think it was all consultino. Like, there was no direct impact on the incident by those two guys in terms of their own battle. It wasn't necessarily a battle. Luke Vegan was parked up and got on the tow road. It was more that as they were taking the corner, one went too deep, one went too narrow, and as they've come back out, there's not enough of an overlap, but the peripherals are shot, among other things. And that's how it happens. Luke Wegener on the tow road, down 19 spots now as a result of that. So Bennett up in the third, Davis fourth, Sharp, Cherry, Maxwell, Rayner, and Watson and Punt at the top 10. Morton still sits 11th, and Kosh and Foster are all keeping Timmy Watson remarkably honest here, who holds down 9th. Last lap board in the air, white flag flies. What a performance this has been from Jordan Sears, that far ahead of anybody else. It's not funny. And dominating this opening heat of the night on the streets of Adelaide. After 20 2/3 minutes of racing, Jordan Sears is victorious by a country mile. Almost the length of the straight on Bradley Curtin, Colin Bennett, Martin Davis, Dale Sharp, Mitchell Cherry, Harrison Rayner and Callum Maxwell, with Tim Watson into the top 10 and Barry Punter just outside of the battle there for 7th, 8th and 9th, but he's managed to fend off the battle for 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th and bring it home in position number 10, and Barry Punter will get the invert pole. So Sears, Curtin, Bennett, Davis and Sharp the top 5. 5 different manufacturers in the top 5, Adam Lavis, if you don't mind. Lambo, Ford, BMW, Porsche and McLaren. Variety, the spice of life. And Jordan Spears announces himself as a GT3 bronze split championship competitor. And on that subject, I should have a quick gander here, a quick gaze, as to what all this means. because Jordan Sears, I'm just having a look here, GT3 bronze. There were only 2 Lambos on my timesheet, on my point score table here, folks. One was Tom Pritchard, one was Harrison Rayner. So that's a new arrival in the series, potentially. And if that's the case, he's got a race W to go for it, to show for his efforts, to put to his name. And that's not bad at all. We've got D. Oliver standing by as well. Are you out there racing, or are you in here just to have a chat with us?
Oh, a bit of Lyco spec, mate.
Good boy. I like it. I appreciate that. And just as I introduced you, I got your Discord message as well to verify it. Very good. There are the results for the bronze split. Race 1 for them. Sears, Curtin, Bennett, Davis and Sharp, the top 5. And, I mean, naming aside Adam Lavis, I think the expansion to 4 splits has been a good call, and it's been warmly embraced by the club. It's just great to see GT3 racing going through a revival sort of phase. Not that we ever had significant enough drop-off in GT3. We've had it in other categories, but it's as though it's been given a new lease of life in recent times.
Yeah, it's been a few of our series, Porsche Cup as well, but had a bit of an influx of drivers and members, so it's good to see. We do our best to accommodate as many drivers as we get, so at the moment, trying to get those 4 splits, and at the moment they're all fairly healthy, so everyone having a good time and trying to get us keep the drivers into the splits that are close to on pace to make sure they have good, clean, hard, close racing. So good to see.
More comments from you very shortly. Also more insights from Dave Oliver as well. Great to have him here on a Monday night. Great to have your company as well. Night 4 of the Commonwealth Games from Glasgow. You'll be able to watch that all through the overnight hours into the early morning on the screens of 7 once we're done here. But when we come back, it's all the action from GT3 Gold. We do it with thanks to Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com and Flash Graphics. It's Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport. And the main course thereof, 3 races down, 1 still to come. It is the second and feature race of round 4 of the Waste Options GT3 series for 2026. Don't forget, post-race, all the results, not just from the 2 splits that we haven't broadcast tonight, the silver and platinum, but also, of course, the feature race for the bronze. And we'll also have, before we go racing, hopefully in gold, we'll have their qualifying and race 1 results as well. Stay with us. We're switching service. We're back in a moment. Good to have you company wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia, or indeed all the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and the continuing fourth round of Waste Options GT3 coming to you from the Adelaide Parkland Street Circuit in South Australia. It makes sense, Dave Oliver. That's why I was starting to feel the pinch when we were commentating the first race. I was trying to put a jumper on partway through the opening race of the night. Welcome back, everybody. Good to have you company wherever you're tuning in. Night 1, week 4, term 3, and race 4 of the program for you will be the second of the night and the 5th of the season for Waste Options GT3 Gold, or as it was known last week, Pro-Am. So Gold is now Pro-Am, Platinum is Pro, Silver is what used to be Am, and Bronze is what used to be the Social Club, if you weren't already aware of all of that. We did put some memos up earlier in the day regarding that. Michael Angus is the points leader here at the moment on 257 points. Daniel Piper, 241. Paul Wood, 241. Jordan Pianazzola, 236. And Nathan Michael, 231 points. Joel Farley, Travis has a party tied on 6th on their 222. 9 points back on Nathan Michael. Willie Blair, David Kirby, Brad Coates make up the top 10. Grid for race 2, let's not bother with anything else because they're lining up, getting ready to go. 26th of July 2026, the sun has appeared from behind the clouds. 1 minute past 3 in the afternoon, 14 km/h winds in a mostly northwesterly direction, 21 degrees the ambient, 38% humidity, 23 degrees on track. And Sean Bonici's on pole with Mike Smith alongside him. Jacob Miller, Joel Farley the second row, Tom Hornby and Travis Hazapardi the third. David Kirby, Jordan Pianazzola the fourth, Matt Schmidtke, Michael Angus from 5. From 6, I'm liking the yellow too, by the way. Yeah, very good. Alex Zikas and Daniel Piper. Sam Woodhouse and Brad Coates from 7. Brad Keck and David Bernays from 8. Nathan Brentnell and Hayo Ong from 9. Thomas Wilson and Rodney Gollan from 10. From 11, that's Paul Wood and Doug Gowans. From 12, Richard King and Robert Ruard. Is it Ruard? Yes. Mitchell van der Ven and Andrew Neal from 13, Willie Blair, Troy Maguire from 14, and Mark Heppel alongside no one, it would seem, on row 15. Thomas Wilson and Mark Heppel are starting from pit lane. That news we can confirm and pass on to you immediately off the top. We are set to go in the feature here, which will be 27 laps in length on the Adelaide Parkland Street Circuit. Ready to fire, compulsory pit stop and all. What's going to work? And how quickly will the carnage ensue? 3 wide to turn 1 won't work. They sorted out before. Oh, geez. A couple of bobbles, a couple of niggles, a couple of bumps and rubs. There is a bit more trouble further back, some kitty litter being kicked up, but otherwise okay. Except for further back there in position number 18. That was Jordan Pianazzola side by side. He had I'm aware of that. I just can't work out where he is. There he is. Tom Hornby is who he had for company. That makes a lot more sense. Positions are out for the moment, folks. Oh, trouble. Car off on the exit of 7. And Mitchell van der Ven still coming through on the opening lap. So we've got positions out of whack for the first 2 laps, so we won't be able to give you any relative until then. And we've got the top 2 have disappeared. Copy. Oh, from hero to 0, okay. Yes, he's down the order, well down the order. And Thomas Wilson started from pit lane as well. Across the start-finish line we go. Richard King comes in. 1 minute and 25 seconds gone in this race. Sean Bonnici, the early race leader, being chased by Jacob Miller. Having a look at the manufacturers out there, I can see Aston Martin, I can see Porsche, Chev, Ferrari, McLaren, BMW, Ford, Lambo, Audi, and that's it. So we're missing 2. There are no Mercs out there, and there are no Acuras. So, formally, good evening to you, Dave Oliver. Observations so far?
That was a nice little fence hit there by Rodney Collins. He's just lost it coming onto the back exit of turn 7. Looks like he's
He
gone
has
up the
indeed.
curb and just gone exit stage right into the fence.
That's
Other than
already
that,
worked
yeah,
out.
there's been quite a few little spins and crashes in the opening lap or two, but yeah, hopefully everyone will get settled in and it'll be a nice clean race from now.
As we've already worked out around here, that is easy. Is very easy to do, isn't it? Getting unsettled on the curbs.
Yeah, especially with the GT3s, with just in the opening laps, it's just a case of cold tyres, young guy cold tyres, and sometimes, and then yeah, as another one, there's Tom Hornsby's lost it through the Adelaide chicane and got a bit of damage to the front right. Yeah, it's just if you lose a bit of traction on the curbs, and sometimes the TC kicks in, and that can sometimes hurt you.
Well, Will Buchanan's wrong, but he's not far off the mark. Because David Kirby's birthday is coming up on Thursday, according to his Facebook anyway. I've fallen into that trap with these idiots before. Hello, Will. Nice to have you tuning in. Jacob Miller and Sean Medici and Mike Smith and David Kirby and Jordan Pianazzola. I have to be careful now whenever someone mentions the word birthday, because I have been reliably stitched up for just doing the Anchorman thing and just reading what's on the screen and believing these blokes. I won't be doing that anymore. I'll be looking for verification. Two-step. Jacob Miller, Sean Medici and Mike Smith, the top three. David Kirby, Jordan Pianazzola, the top five. Pianazzola, the fastest driver of the race, 1 minute 18.202. As they make their way through. Nathan Brentnell down there in 28th positions on pit road, and Richard King is also showing a lap down after having spent 2 minutes on pit road, and Joel Farley is now on pit lane, and so too is Bradley Keck.
Yeah, Joel Farley lost it through the first Adelaide chicane, the first two corners, and ended up in the fence, and unfortunately, escaped back to the pits, but yeah, the BMW looked rather worse for wear.
Certainly did. Let's have a look. Driving Dreams 651 says Adelaide is just Australian Monaco. Quite a nice overtake by New Zealand though. Sorry, by Miller though. Although that being said, I was just thinking about the Malaysia Bahrain debacle, Dave, and it'd be like saying that Adelaide is going to host the New Zealand Grand Prix because they can't host the Australian Grand Prix as long as Albert Park's got hold of it.
Yeah, it is a bit of a weird one, but if Bahrain's wanting to foot the bill, which they are, I think the Malaysian government will definitely be saying thank you very much. As somebody's just done a David Coulthard into the pit entry.
Willie Blair did well to pull it up, didn't smash into the concrete. Travis has a party, fastest time of the race, 1 minute 18.012. Oh boy, Dougie Gowan's on the comeback trail as well. Look at the amount of slowdowns lining up on your screen at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Maguire, Tsitsikas, Schmidtke, and also Hornby. Slowdowns plenty on the streets of Adelaide.
Yeah, it's so easy just to get slowdowns, especially in that first corner complex. It's you think you're okay, and then it's just like you can be a couple inches off, and it's you get a slowdown, and you can clear it by the like the start of the back straight heading up to turn 8. But
oh no, Richard King got turned around, and it just became a car park down there at turn 6. Who just T-boned the pit entrance? Well, as we said, I think he pulled it up. I think Willie Blair actually pulled it up. So we'll have a look at that again shortly.
He definitely tried to do his best Coulthard impression.
Absolutely he did. We both saw it at the same time. Oh dear. Jacob Miller leads from Sean Benici, David Kirby, Jordan Pianazzola, Mike Smith. Bang! Into the wall goes Nathan Brentnell. That explains why he was on the tow rope. There have been quite a few incidents so far in this second race. As we said, the further up the tree you climb, the more likely you are to find some carnage, and we've found it for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa! Jeez, Joel,
Broke the suspension.
again, that's what happens when you meet those curbs and it doesn't like it, ladies and gentlemen. Reynolds out of the pit lane and down a lap at the moment, nearly 2, and that was Willie Blair. Did remarkably well, did really well, and it didn't cost him any time on pit lane either, so nothing unsafe about that in the eyes of iRacing. Van der Ven, Keck, they've also pitted. Thomas Wilson, 43.68. That doesn't add up. 2 pit stops already for him. That was lap 1. I take it back to driving his way better than Monaco. That's true. Yeah.
So Schmitty's got a black flag, and from last time we've raced here at Adelaide, it wouldn't surprise me if he hasn't cleared his slowdown at times. He's done it before, and that's probably what that black flag's for. And it's a pretty hefty. I think iRacing stings you like 40 seconds on that one. It's not very. It's not a friendly penalty.
No, he'll be filthy too. He'll be absolutely filthy. But them's the brakes, unfortunately. Let's have a look at Trav as a party. Oh no. Oh, come on, Trav, what have you done? Curb at 1 at the centre chicane. Yeah, every day of the week! It almost looked as though he was going to launch for takeoff. Can we have another look at that? Just to see how much air the front end got. It was both wheels off the ground. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Adam. Look at this. Have a look at this for a wild ride, Dave. Oh, he got the tyres. He got the tyres. There, it was a double launch. It was the bunny hop onto the AstroTurf in the runoff area of the bitumen, and then when he got the gravel, it launched. Schmidtke in to serve that black flag, and he'll be ripeable. He'll be filthy.
Yeah, it's funny, going back to the whole Bahrain thing over in Sepang, it's going to be potentially a little bit like that with the Asian Le Mans, potentially with, if all this rubbish that's happening overseas, you potentially could have the Asian Le Mans series running in Europe. So, if they actually want to get a championship run, so it could, as much as we'd love it over this side of the world, I just don't think the logistics and stuff like that are going to work. So.
But there's a couple of things with it, right? So obviously in 2020, for instance, right, when all that rubbish from the scare-demic hit the fan, it wasn't as though Turkey come in and said, oh, we'll host the Australian Grand Prix. They hosted the Turkish Grand Prix. And conversely, the same with the FIA World Endurance Championship as well. So the WEC, they look like they're going to boycott both Qatar and Bahrain as Tom Hornby and Dougie Gowan's come to pit lane to continue this sequence of pit stops as we work our way through cleansing this field, and we are 11 minutes into 37, so 26 minutes to go. We're at third race distance with lap 9 of 27 underway. Dougie Gowan, Tom Hornby, both on pit road at the moment. Anybody in the top 7 are yet to stop. But they're looking like replacing Bahrain and Qatar with 6 hours instead of 8 and whatever the kilometre distance. I think it's 1,812 kilometres in Qatar and 8 hours in Bahrain. They're not going to replace them with the same formats in another circuit. They're just going to race their token standard 6-hour sprint at both the Monza circuit in Italy and the circuit of Barcelona Catalunya, is my understanding. They're not going to say, oh, this is the Qatar 1812 at the circuit of Barcelona Catalunya. The other interesting thing too, D, is that when you look at Malaysia and the scheduling of that, that's NRL Grand Final day. So for Formula One fans, you could be going from watching Formula One and the lights out at probably 6 o'clock in the evening to watching the second half of the NRL Grand Final, because that'll get underway at 7:30 just before the F1 finishes. Or it's not as though they're going to light it up like the Sepang International circuit up the way that they do Bahrain and say, righto, boys, go and do an F1 night race in Malaysia, just so that they could coordinate it to run at a time more civilised and friendly for the Bahrainian audience. So there's holes in that everywhere as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's good to have another Grand Prix, and that's great. But I reckon it could have been done a little bit better. It's good to see a good track back on the calendar, though. As we were saying to Joe Baldwin, this and Istanbul Park in Turkey are probably the two best designed Herman Tilke circuits.
Yeah, I've always wanted to go and check out Sepang. It definitely does look good. So I think it's just more of a case of, Sepang didn't really have the funds to go do it, and the Bahrainians were happy to foot the bill. So, you may as well. So. Do that. And I know other series and other races have obviously been different, but if they want to, effectively they're just renting the track from some.
Oh, well, that's right, exactly. Although that being said, then that takes 1 year out of their. If I was the Bahrainians, I would have said, look, we'll pay for. Sepang to host the Malaysian Grand Prix in our place. We'll sponsor it, so it'll be the Bahrainian government, the Gulf Air, etc. All that sponsorship would just go to a Malaysian Grand Prix in return for getting their current existing contract for the Bahrain Grand Prix at the Sakir International Circuit extended by a year. And however many they can't run it whilst
free or something.
That's
like
right. Yeah. Just as long as there's some quid pro quo there for all parties. Because at the end of the day, what's going on is, and they're having the same debate at the moment as we ride on board here with Andrew Neil running in 11th at the moment, trying to get his way back into the top 10. He's up 15 spots so far, but it's an unfair comparison to draw because we're part clenched, we're partway through that sequence of pit stops, so half the field has stopped and half the field has not. Nearly's too deep. He did well to pull it up without poleaxing Brad Coates in front. As they make their way through, he's all over him like a cheap suit, however. To the left-hander. And away we go. The interesting thing for mine, in all of that, as long as there's some quid pro quo, that's what I'm all about. Don't get me wrong. I'm very happy about having another civilised time for us. Formula One race, although it is the first day of daylight saving, so our Queensland audience will be too busy winding their clock back to actually stop and watch it. Mike Smith and Paul Wood, as you said, the pit lane and off the road. Andrew Neil has bolted too deep, going into turn 4, way off the road, and then clouts the wall on the return to the circuit. Oh dear. It was all looking so good for him too, until this. Oh no, Maguire's going to get cleaned up as collateral, isn't he? Yep. Oh no. That's a shocker.
Bernays, I think, is towed.
Yeah. He had to. He had no choice. On the back of this, bang, whoosh, go, clouded. He got the hat trick. The front end got smacked 3 times by 3 different objects. The right wall, the left wall, and then the front end of the car that collected him on the way through. Bang. Troy Maguire finished him off. Oh dear. When it rains, it pours, right? We were having the same discussion I saw over the weekend. There's protest groups up in arms because and minority groups up in arms, I should say, Dave, what we're about. There's been decisions made recently by FINA, among others, to allow Russian and Belarusian competitors in sport to return to showcasing or playing under their national flag banner and guise and status, rather than playing as neutral athletes as they have done for the last few years, with a view to what's been going on in Russia and Ukraine and whatever else. Well, it hasn't been terribly received by the Ukrainian minority at the World Water Cup, Water Polo World Cup over the course of the weekend in Sydney. They're up in arms about it from it's insensitive and this, that and the other. But at what point do we, as John Coates quite rightly said, at what point do we let athletes be athletes when all of that's playing out, yes, it might be in their country, and yes, it might not be viewed too favourably around the world, but it has precisely nothing whatever to do whatsoever with the athletes involved. They've been tarred with the same brush because the actions of the government. So I think there's something to be said for that as well, with the view to moving forward with the punishment for Qatar, Bahrain, all those guys. It's been unfortunate that as host venues of Grand Prix, they've been compromised because of the events that are going on around the world. But eventually we'll find a way back to some sort of normality once politics stops being played out. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but I hope it all settles down, and these athletes and stuff across all sports will be able to get back to representing the countries and stuff. It's just a shame that higher up people are just being idiots and stuff, and it's just you even in say rallying and stuff, they had a couple drivers or crews that had to run under the neutral flag, and in the end they ended up just changing their motorsport license to a different country. A little bit like how Oscar Piastri, when he was younger, was actually racing under the British flag. They're trying to re-found that out about a week ago.
Yes.
So that would have been funny for him having a national anthem and it wasn't actually the Aussie one. So
well, that's right.
But yeah, so see what happens in the end.
And it's interesting that because obviously we're talking about Malaysia substituting for Bahrain and whatever. It's interesting that we're having this conversation now, right? Because obviously it's hot on the back of decisions being made with regards to Russian, Ukraine, and Belarusian athletes. And I look at that and think, well, hang on, how far are we away from the FIA maybe going and re-exploring the idea of returning to Russia with the Grand Prix at the Sochi International Autodrome? It may be a little bit further off because obviously tension, hostility and a few other things, but if we're going to let sport be sport and separate from politics, then surely it's a consideration, because that was an awesome little track as well.
Yeah, it was a good little track, and it'd be cool if we actually had it on one like this. But,
yes, correct.
Just, shame of all that stuff's happened, and really until all that stuff settles down, I don't really see a change for that. But
sadly not. Sorry, I do apologise, folks. We've digressed. There is a motor race going on. Let's have a chat about it. This is the battle between David Kirby and Jordan Pianazzola. To the inside, the Audi on the inside of the Mustang. There is second. Travis hasn't... Oh, no. Poor old Travis had a shocker overnight, hasn't he? Zigged when he should have zagged with the spinning Joe Baldwin. And then obviously has had that incident here on the streets of Adelaide, which has brought his second race in GT3 Gold to an abrupt conclusion. Dreadful, absolutely dreadful. I'm not sure if he's talking about my gibberish or his outcome tonight. Could be both. As David Kirby chases Jordan Pianazzola and looks to try and claw second back out of Pianazzola's grasp. Jordan will be here on Wednesday night. Dale Sharp will be with him. Andrew Neil will be with him. The boys will be taking the helm whilst I'm obviously off commentating Porsche Pro Invitational racing. I'm looking forward to that. And then we're back on Thursday night. Hopefully the voice box is firing on all cylinders again. It certainly is not tonight. And hopefully I'm nowhere near as fatigued and undone. Or underdone as I am tonight as well for Formula V into the Porsche Cup. So there's our hit list, Dave. As far as iRacing is concerned, Sepang, Istanbul Park, and Sochi. They're the three tracks we want.
Yes, I know that it's a bit hard to get into the region at the moment, but even some of the Middle Eastern ones would actually be have been well overdue to come on to the service. So Okay, David Kirby from third has jumped in the lane, try and do an undercut on Jordan.
Correct.
And
That's the only reason. Yes, it's got cloudy all of a sudden, hasn't it? The sun has disappeared from the sky. It's gone behind the clouds. It was like this in race 1 in the bronze split, however, so it's not surprising.
I know that we've only got, like, say, was it 9.5 laps to go here, but if Jordan can keep this pace up, you know, he might actually be able to get onto the heels of Jacob and actually get this here. It's, I know they've both still got to stop, so, you know, anything can kind of happen through there and also through back markers, but, you know, Jordan, you know, might actually have a chance here if he keeps it clean.
This is true. This was David Bernays. Oh, no. So he's just essentially done an Andrew Neil. I've got to be careful here. I've got to be perfectly honest. So, Bernays out, Maguire out, Brouard out, Brouard, Brouard, and Brentnell out. As a party, the mechanical, Heppel and Miller non-starters. Schmidtke's recovered to 19th. I've got to be careful though. I've got 2 commentary colleagues for Thursday night, sitting 14th and 19th, and have both had the respective incidents so far. So I'm not sure they'll be too freely willing to chat about it when we get here on Thursday night. Oh dear. But sometimes if you didn't laugh, you'd dead set cry. Now, as I said, don't forget when we're done Commonwealth Games Glasgow, and if you are out for whatever reason, you can listen to them via the listener app between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. I'm reliably informed, on your local Metropolitan Triple M station, courtesy of the 7 network. It's just a simulcast. But the one thing I will say is it's absolutely rubbish compared to the 7 coverage. And I say that because I made the mistake of tuning in on my drive to the airport on Saturday morning thinking, oh yeah, that's good, I'll listen to the swimming. They were cutting off the random ad breaks. The ad breaks weren't timed out, so you were getting faded back into one of the commentators being halfway through a sentence or talking point. I mean, it was basically like listening to a game of the NFL. It was ads interrupted by a little bit of sport. Or as free-to-air viewers would describe it, watching 7 Network and Supercars. So it wasn't much fun. But it's better than nothing, I guess. Sam Woodhouse there in 11th, pushing for a top 10. Yes, and that means now too, mate, that only Brad Coates, Daniel Piper, Sean Benici, Jordan Pianazzola and Jacob Miller have not stopped. So Miller, Pianazzola, Benici, Coates, all yet to stop. Kirby has. He's on his way. The margin is 30.7, but that's to Miller. He's got to be more mindful of the 28 seconds to Jordan Pianazzola.
Yeah, Jordan's got the gap now from the last 2 laps. 2.5 laps, he's dropped it from 3 to 1.7 seconds, but Jacob Miller has actually just dived in the hits to try and cover off Jordan, but Jordan did have some pace here, so it'll be interesting to see how much longer he can go.
What's probably helped him as well, mate, as you would know, being a racer yourself, and Adam Lavis can attest to this, it can be so much easier just focusing on getting the most out of the car as you possibly can, getting as good a lap time as you can, when you're not also trying to focus on either getting past a car in front or keeping it at bay.
Yeah, and especially around here, it's just a case of you just got to keep focused. Any lapse of concentration, and you pinballing all over the place.
Well, we were a little bit surprised and impressed, Adam Lavis, at the lack of attrition in race 1. But a change of split, an invert in the top 10, certainly well and truly made up for it. Oh no, that's Tom Hornby, and that car's not going to look very happy at all. Oh dear.
Your suspension not happy.
Jordan's in the pits. Jacob's stop, his actual box time was a 9.5 seconds compared to, which was actually a little bit longer compared to some of the other guys around him. So it could be interesting here if Jacob actually has a clean stop. He might be able to jump Jacob.
Alex Tzikis off the road and done on the tow road. Tom Hornby has also gone to pit lane, but I think that's also a terminal situation.
Jordan with a 7.8 second stop time. Yep, he has managed to jump Jacob by 1.4 seconds.
That's an extraordinary stroke of luck and good fortune for Jordan Pianazzola. I mean, it wasn't boding well for Jacob Miller, the fact that he was a little bit longer on the jacks and on the pit box than everybody else around him. But at the same time, it gives him an opportunity. I mean, that's unfortunate for Alex Tzikis. Once he's crunched the front end, that's it. Daniel Piper's the only one left to stop. Don't worry about him. He's only 8.2 seconds ahead of Pianazzola. So Pianazzola is in the box seat here. This is his race to lose. But I guess the only saving grace for Miller there, Dave, yes, he shortchanged himself with regards to his pit stop being, he overstayed his welcome, essentially. But it's not as though he hasn't got time to work with here. What is this? This is a 27-lap race. They'll have 5 to go at the line. The margin's only 0.8 of a second. It's still on. It's still alive. Pianazzola can't afford a mistake. Can't afford to flinch. Can't afford to miss a marker at any particular point here. Needs to remain focused on the task at hand. Eyes forward, as our old mate Paul Nichols used to say, because so much as a cough or splutter and or a slide, and Miller's going to be there breathing down his neck. That margin is 1.6. It evaporates very quickly if Jordan Pianazzola runs into any form of trouble. So clean laps all the way is what's required here for Jordan to be able to get the job done. That's Teo Ong for 11th, fending off Andrew Neal. Resurging Andrew Neal. Back through the order he comes in 12th now. Redcoat's behind them. Ong chasing Sam Woodhouse. Looking at those other stops, Dave. So Miller 9.3. That's the heftiest of the bunch, except for Brad Coates in 13th, 9.62. And Michael Angus 9.57 in 14th. But again, those guys weren't in the mix, weren't in the equation.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe Jacobs has just gone all out and just used up a bit more, or he could have slightly overshot his pit box there. Interesting. Hopefully, he might be able to just string it together. But Jacob does seem to be pulling a few temps on him here, and just looking ahead, like Jordan's only got one lap car ahead of him, for most of the back straight all the way down to the turn of the champion. So they're kind of that top three there have all got clear air at the moment, and don't really seem to have any back market traffic that will impact them in the last 3.5 laps.
Correct. Andrew Neal's dropped down to 17th. And not moving either. Brad Keck to pit lane. Neal not moving. Can we get Andrew Neal on screen, please, Adam? Where's... Oh no. What is it with our broadcast crew and technical issues this term? Oh dear. Andrew Neal has suffered at Adam Lakes at 9:38. So 90 minutes after Adam suffered it the other night, which was Friday night, because Joe was here with me, and he said 8 minutes past 8, and it was 8:08 on the dot, unfortunately for his teammate. 90 minutes later, Andrew Neal has suffered similar fate. Can you believe that? Technology is a beautiful thing when it works, D. Oliver.
Yep, and when it doesn't, it's a pain in the ass.
That's it, exactly right. Exactly right. That comment written and authorised by D. Oliver, by the way. at 9:38 in the evening. So we're good for the course language, which is good for the West Coast audience. Dougie Gowan's in 8th place run.
Yeah, Woodhouse, hot
Blair
coats.
and Woodhouse.
Oh, hang on.
Woodhouse, Right. This is hairy stuff. Ong around the outside trying to get by Woodhouse. Not yet. Not yet. 3 to go. 2 to go at the line.
Ahead of these guys, just Richard King's a lap down here, but Willie Blair is blinking very hard.
We might implement that no post-race show policy a little bit sooner than we thought, Adam Lavis. Because if I let Jordan Vianazola in here, given that it's his home track, given that he's a parochial South Australian, we won't be able to shut him up.
He's still got 2 laps to go.
I know. And that lead's growing. It's 2.5. We will not be able to shut him up.
Yeah, there was a chance even with David Kirby got within a second of Jacob there last lap, and it looked like he was, catching up on him. But it looks like, he's, just gone out, lap and a half to go. May as well bring it home, and he's just slightly eased off, and he's back out at 2.4 seconds. But yeah, there was a chance there that David was definitely, could sniff a dive down on Jacob if Jacob made a mistake.
Hey, Wong on the defence, and it might cost him here. It may well cost him. Wong under pressure now from Coates. Watch Coates if he can get the run out of turn 7. On the run down to turn 9. Jared Knight tuning in and saying hello to you, Dave Oliver. Hi Jared, I'm here too. All right.
Yeah, Jordan's just started his last lap here to go bring it home on the lap 27.
He'll keep. Yeah, you're right, and it's been a masterful performance from him. But really, probably put his own weight of expectation on his shoulders here with regards to it being the home round and wanting to shine on the stage and show us what he's capable of. Barney still hasn't got to the end, but he's managed to make it to Adelaide. Good on him.
I wouldn't really want to leave Adelaide either to go.
He's celebrating already, look at him.
That's fair. Yeah, no, look at him. Yeah, he's happy with himself. As I said, we may not be able to shut him up in a few moments' time. The smile will be it'll be smiling like a Cheshire cat. It'll be the size of the Sydney Harbour Bridge from ear to ear for Jordan Pianazola. Absolutely lapping it up on home turf.
That nearly looked like a fuel wiggle going down the back straight there.
Possibly. It wouldn't surprise me if it was, because he had to do something to overcome the dominance of Jacob Miller in the early part of this race, and he's been able to do it, and victory will be his. How long's it been since we've seen an Audi on top in what used to be the Pro-Am split? Jordan Pianazola victorious in the feature on the streets of Adelaide in race 5 of 14. In Term 3 action on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club for 2026. What on earth was that? Jacob Miller in the second and David Kirby third. And now look at this. Now look at this. Woodhouse trying to hold on to his top 10 spot. Blair blinky billing all over the place. Ong trying to find a way past Sam Woodhouse. He's not going to do it, I don't think. Across the line we go. Woodhouse holds on to 10. Ong Coates. And then Angus. Rodney Golan in for 14. Thomas Wilson got the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, 1:16.818. Trouble here for Brad Keck. Bowled it too deep. And then got clouded on the way through for good measure. Oh boy. It's about to get very
sad,
very noisy.
Mickey.
Yes, it's about to get very noisy in this house. Have a look at him celebrating. Have a look at the showmanship. Wowee. Our good mate, our commentary colleague. We like what he's bringing to the table on a Wednesday night with his analysis of the BMWs. But now he's a race winner in GT3. And really, to be fair, I think even he'll say that if he wasn't going to get it here, he might not have been able to get it anywhere else. This was certainly his best chance early in the season, and he's gone out and got it done. 2.2 to the good over Jacob Miller and David Kirby. So another podium for Curbs to go with the win last week. Sean Benici, Daniel Piper, Paul Wood, Mike Smith, Doug Gowans, Willie Blair and Sam Woodhouse. 34 seconds covered the top 10 in the end. 2.2 the winning margin for Pianazzola. But you'd have to say that Miller will be ruining what might have been. He's about to join us, boys, but Jacob will be potentially ruining what might have been, considering that he went into the pit stop with an advantage. He's come out with a deficit. And the difference in the pit stop there, Dave Oliver, to Miller and Pianazzola and Kirby. Miller was the slowest of the three of them through the pit sequence. I'm sure we'll get his rationale for that in just a moment. But that ended up being... hang on. Oh, no, we're good. That ended up being the defining moments, the decisive moments, didn't it? The margin ended up being more than 1.7, but when you gift 1.7 to the opposition in the pit stop in a race that tight, Dave Oliver, you know how hard it is, A, to fuel save, B, to bring it back, etc. and so forth, all those permutations and mathematics. That's one that slipped through the fingertips of Jacob Miller, I think.
Yeah, especially with this track here, it's just, there's so many variables. It's, either you catch a curve wrong, you get on the gas too early, you get caught up, say, with a back marker or something like that, or a slow, a slow pit entry, or, you see, like, we had one or two guys, do their Coulthard replicas there, and, even just slightly overshooting the pit box and stuff, it all counts, and especially here, it's, you could grind away for, as, Jacob, ground away there for 25 laps until it stopped. And and then this one little slow box time there, and it ended up potentially cost, or it did cost him the win there with Jordan jumping him doing an overcut on him.
We'll have some results come through from the other splits in just a moment, courtesy of Adam Lavis, which reminds me, Troy Mortenson's jumped up in here. We saw Troy in action earlier. We've got Timmy Watson here as well, and of course we saw Timmy in action in the first race of the night, which was the bronze split, and he's gone out and got second to Bradley Curtin in the feature, and Troy Mortensen third, so that explains Troy's presence here in the commentary box. Timmy from second on the grid stayed second, but Troy was just outside the invert in race one and worked his way well through the field. +8, so very nicely done. I'm not sure if we're ready for the crowing of one JP Pianazzola, which is bound to happen in a very short while as well, ladies and gentlemen. You just hang tight there, mate, and we'll come to you very shortly. I actually want to start with Jacob Miller. If he can unmute himself, we'll go to him. Troy Mortenson's here too. We'll get to you, the two blokes, in just a second. Timmy and Troy, we understand that you guys have been done for about 5 minutes longer than these guys, but I want to start here because Jacob, we've got some correspondence coming through from Renault Motorsport. Let's go Miller, P2, my GOAT. I don't know why we keep using the acronym GOAT and then insist on putting the GOATs emoji in there as well, because the spelling might spell goat, but it has absolutely no correlation. I wouldn't say the goats are the greatest animal of all time, but anyway, let's have a chat to you, mate. The Lambo humming along nicely tonight. It's great to see that there's a bit more love for the Lambo around the place these days. But from your standpoint, where did it go wrong? Was it the pit stop, and why?
Yeah, it definitely had to be the pit stop. We just a clean race the whole time, nice, clean, nice and smooth, keeping it away from the walls. And then as we come into the pit stop, and I was bragging to my team like, oh yeah, I've been practicing the pit stop. Just come in a bit too quick, get in that ABS zone, and I almost hit the pit entry wall. I'm going to be honest. So I'm lucky I was able to keep P2, and I almost spun. I don't know, lap 20, lap 21. I'm sure you guys could get the replay up maybe. I'll definitely be watching the replay, but yeah, absolutely disastrous pit entrance. And I think I overheard, was that what caused Jordan to overtake me there?
Well, 1.7 seconds difference in your pit stops, I'd say. He was 1.7 seconds quicker. Before we knew all those circumstances relating to your entry, he was 1.7 seconds quicker in the stop.
I mean, that sucks, but racing's always, moments, mistakes, and you just try and do what you can. And I don't know, I'm still pretty happy with P2. I've had some horror races. Spa was a disaster, VIA was a disaster, and honestly, I'm really stoked to see Miller Motorsports can get up there on the podium.
On the subject, I mean, it's great to have you in the booth and having a chat with us, for one. And for two, we don't normally get a chance to have a chat with you outside, obviously, what you throw into the comments section. It's always great to have your input there too. Miller, do you have a PR person to write your speeches, is asking Tim Miles?
No, I wish I need it sometimes, but no, small team.
Tell us a little bit about it, mate, because obviously we've seen you around the traps, we've seen you in the chat thread, but give us a little bit of the lay of the land, because sim racing's only a small component of what you guys bring to the table.
Oh, absolutely. We've got a little, I'm sure any Australian knows, we've got a Hyundai XL we're currently building, and hopefully next year or next summer or whatever, we can get that racing on the grid. Right now it's just track days and stuff, trying to make sure it actually works, but it's a ton of fun, and it feels a little bit quicker than sim racing.
I don't doubt that. But as you know, because who was I talking to? I was talking to someone yesterday down in Sydney. I was talking to some of the karters. Actually, I had a gentleman formerly from Improved Production actually pulled me up in the bar at the hotel last night and having a chat about things. And I said, I've had the toughest job in the recent past trying to sell XL racing to people, because when people go to the racetrack, they're drawn to the big grunt muscle cars, the ones with the big noise, the big speed, all those different woohoo factors. But as I've said to them over the course of time, give the XLs a chance, right? Because as you know, when you go racing in the XL, 1, setup comes into it, 2, racecraft, and 3, it's pack racing. So it might not be the fastest thing around, but it's certainly exciting because a lot of it falls back upon the skill set of the driver.
Oh, 100%. It's really easy to overlook XL racing, but it's got to be, it's excellent or excellent or whatever at actually, showing off your racecraft, and it's really accessible, which is what I really love about it. It's great for getting people into racing, and, they're bigger than go-karts. I think they're really attractive in that way.
Excellent's a word that I use quite frequently in relation to the XLs, purely because it's good pun material. Now, let's talk about the sim racing side of it, mate, because obviously you're relatively fresh to the platforms of the GSRC, but you're clearly enjoying it. And it's nice to see you out there as part of GT3, taking the fight to the likes of Benici and Kirby and Pianazzola and everyone else in the fold. But I have to ask, we haven't seen too much love for the Lambo. What was the contributing factor or factors? What were the contributing factors in your decision-making process to go with that car as opposed to any number of the other 10 manufacturers we've got at our disposal here?
Well, honestly, I'm going to keep it plain and simple. One word: V10, baby. That's all it takes. That beautiful sound when you put your foot down, that's really motivating and keep you practicing. So it makes me a better driver.
I love it. Hey, now I need to backtrack for a moment here. Adam, I was wondering if you might be able to bring me the results from race 1 of the gold split here, please, mate, because we didn't actually get a chance to show our audience that before we got going. And it might give us a little bit of a little bit more context to work with here whilst having a chat to both Jacob and Dave and also Jordan. So sprint race 1 to David Kirby's teammate, Michael Angus. Matt Schmidtke, oh geez, he'll be disappointed. 1 good result and 1 let go. Pianazzola with the double podium, therefore, probably has taken the round, let's be honest. Kirby in for 4th to go with, what was it in the end, of 3rd in race 2. Travis has a party. We know what happened to his second race. Tom Hornby, Joel Farley, Jacob Miller. So not even 2 podiums, but 2 top 10 finishes for you. Mike Smith and Sean Benici. However, credit to you though, Jacob, because the invert's an opportunity for you to, accept the invitation of a front 2 rows starting position. You're at the pointy end, and capitalise and benefit from that. And you certainly went out and did that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I got caught up on the broadcast, but in race 1, I had a bit of a disaster. Starting in P2 and in turn 8, I don't know, doing it blind, having a car run in front of me, I hit the wall. So I tell people I did that just so I can get a better, reverse group finish. But...
Well, no, we've got nothing to add to that because we were covering the bronze split for race 1. So we've switched over and seen your feature race. So hence why I wanted to see that for some context to get an understanding as to what was going on. So thank you for filling in a couple of the blanks there. From your standpoint, the streets of Adelaide, we know that the Mayor of Australia, the Mayor of Adelaide, Jordan Pianazzola, is going to crow about it in a moment. But from your standpoint, how much do you enjoy this circuit? Results and pace and everything else aside, how much have you enjoyed it?
Oh, I was scared going in, being a street circuit. I've never been very good at street circuits, but there's something about Adelaide. It's just an unreal track. That staircase section, I'm loving it. It's got to be my favourite, honestly. And this has just made it better.
Well, that's exactly right. It helps when you put a good result on the board, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure.
You don't remember very fondly all the ones where the result slipped through the cracks or you got taken out early or anything like that. You always remember the ones where you've achieved something. Rest of the week, where are we going to see you popping up and having a race outside of GT3, please? And then, immediately, what are your thoughts on the Hockenheim ring for next week?
Oh, I hate that you asked that question because I get bagged so much by my sim racing teammates for this. I'm a GT3 main. Unless something really fun comes up, I just stick to the GT3s.
Hang on. Fun. Can I introduce you to Formula V, please?
Or, you know what? What are they doing next week?
We're off to Knock Hill this week. Knock Hill in Scotland.
Knock Hill? I've never heard of it, but I'll have a look in...
BTCC circuit.
I still don't know it. I'm embarrassingly new to racing.
Well, that's evident. Yes, do yourself a favour. Go and Google that one. Because yes, I think when it comes to fun, Formula V is the best fun around here on these platforms of the GSRC. From a commentator standpoint, I should say. But yeah, I mean, I'm biased, but I'm sure there's other guys around here that will sell Formula V for me to you.
Well, they're always fun to watch. I know that for least.
Absolutely, they are. Hey, very nice to catch up with you, mate.
Go back and watch a previous stream from a Thursday.
Correct. It's usually in the comment section. He's usually in the comment section. Let me ask you this: Hockenheim GT3. So obviously, as you say, GT3 is your wheelhouse. How do you feel about the Hockenheim ring for more sprint racing next week?
Oh, and I'm sure you can already guess what my answer for this is going to be, but I don't know the track.
Oh, come on. How do you not... Hang on. All right, so you are that new to motorsport that you don't know a staple of the Formula 1 calendar from back in the day?
I know it was Formula 1. I know it's shut down now, but I've started in Formula 1 about, as a spectator, 3 years ago. Okay.
So you are still a little bit wet behind the ears?
Oh, yeah, just a little baby.
Well,
Max Verstappen's my goat.
See, this is why you've got homework. This is good. I like it.
Put it in the books. I'll get the learning in.
If he's not willing to get himself an education, we'll give him one, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be great. What about the rest of the team, mate? So obviously you're a GT3 mainstay, but what about everybody else? We see the Miller Motorsport brand popping up more and more throughout the course of the season. It's great to have you guys here, but obviously when you're not racing yourself, you've got a keen eye on what they're up to.
Oh, 100%. I've got a lot of teammates from the Sim Racing Brotherhood. We've got Liam Amos, Mitchell Noble, Tim Miles. He's apparently done very well in the Platinum Split, they call it now.
Yep.
Yeah, Harrison Rayner. We've got a long list of teammates. Jacob McIntyre. And it's always great to watch, see what they're doing. I know Liam Amos, he's doing pretty well for the P-Cups, for the Open Split, so I'm wishing him best of luck. I'll definitely be watching and praying for another podium, another win. But yeah, it's good. All week there's something to watch.
Indeed there is. And we're looking forward to watching the racing throughout the rest of this season. So you haven't got Hockenheim. You've got to get that down packed in the next 7 days. What about Circuit de la Sarthe, Indianapolis, Suzuka, the Red Bull Ring, Mount Panorama. You probably know all of them, but how experienced are you around them in sim racing context?
I know a few of them. That Bathurst, what's that one?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking you'd say. No, they're very well done.
Going on, I'm pretty familiar. Le Mans, Indianapolis will be new to me. Not an oval guy, but Suzuka, Red Bull, it's pretty safe. I should be able to nail those.
Very good. We're clipping your comments about that circuit west of Orange. West of Lithgow, east of Orange. We're clipping that comment for future reference. But we're looking forward to that. And actually, I'm tempted. I should actually see if I can set that up. I'm in Orange on the 6th. I should put a phone call in and see if we can't actually broadcast the finale from the mountain. It'd be freezing bloody cold, but it'd be worth it.
You got it. Win in Rome.
Win in Rome, do as the Romans do. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe a good idea, maybe not. I might get pneumonia before I get back to Ipswich. Hey, well done, mate. Good to catch up with you. I've got people coming and going from the booth. I'm sure I've just heard someone leave when I was going to start moving around the room here. Either that or someone's arrived and I've got the wrong dial tone coming through the earpiece. But whatever the case may be, we've got a few people to get through here. Who would you like to thank before I let you go, please?
I want to thank Misso for letting me sim race all the time.
That's it, yes.
Real life sponsors. If you ever need anything done with your car, Chronic Customs is the guy to call. And Maryborough Caravan Park, if you want a place to stay, nice place on the lake, pull up on them. And yeah, thank you for having me. And hopefully I'm ready for some more interviews later down the line. More podiums coming.
I hope so. When you say by the lake, in which part of the world are we talking about, please?
Victoria, it's a little rural. Maryborough, it's in between Bendigo, Ballarat, Victoria, northeast of Melbourne.
Oh yeah, righto. Jeez, yeah, bit of a hike from where I'm at the moment, but we'll keep it in mind for sure.
No, thank you, mate. It's always a pleasure.
It's closer to G. Heaney's part of the woods, actually. If he wants a rural getaway from the hustle and bustle of the capital city of that part of the world.
So I'm on the other side of town.
If you ever want to do some gold digging, come over.
That's it. Geez. Maybe.
There's plenty out there,
just to prove the theory that money doesn't grow on trees, it grows in minds. Yeah, maybe. All right. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Have a good one, mate.
Well done, mate. Fantastic stuff. All right, who do we go around the room to now? I reckon we go to Mr. Tim Watson and Troy Mortensen. I want to have a quick chat with you guys. I better get cracking on the video, says Sean Benici. Oh, dear. Look at these blokes. Unbelievable. The banter's at next level, and we're only at Monday, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine what it's going to be like on Friday. Troy, good evening to you. Timmy, good evening to you. Not a straightforward night, it's perfectly fair to be said for you, Tim, but talk us through it, because obviously the feature race went quite okay. Box did a bit of traffic in that first race, but obviously the invert the invert front row, you've used that to your advantage, mate. Nicely done. Timmy, lights are on, but I can't hear you.
There we go, how's that?
That's better.
There we
Much better.
The invert was a lot of fun. I actually unfortunately I got a 10-second penalty, so I'll drop from second to third.
Oh, bugger.
So,
at least still on the podium.
Yeah, I was watching that the last few laps, watching my guy's got to keep it at 10 seconds or above, just to keep that podium. But yeah, unfortunately, tapped the rear of Jordan Sears and spun him around, so...
Of course, he dominated the first race, it's important to note. The Lambos are on a bit of a tear at the moment, aren't they?
They are. He was very quick tonight, so I've seen Jordan and Woodward come up, and I was just trying to back him up a bit to try and hopefully they'll fight. I would keep the lead there for a bit. I actually led the first, I think, about 12 laps, which was a bit of fun.
You either get one or the other, don't you? You get everybody boxed in, bunched up, and everything's nice and tight. and pretty cutthroat, or you get a result that's allowed you to only drop one place. How fast spaced out was everyone in your split, Timmy? It must have been a little bit processional there towards the end if you've got only a one positional invoice to pay for a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, there was a few people laps down. I think there was a few crashes behind, which helped with some of the quick guys coming up behind. So, but yeah, Troy was, I think, about 4.5 seconds behind.
Yeah.
At the end, then yeah.
Yeah. Well, Luke Wegener was the next nearest one to you, but as you say, he was 11.5 seconds back. So you actually got third by a second and a half.
Yeah.
Now, where did Sears drop to, please? Adam, did he manage to finish? Did he come back through the field? Can we just scroll down and just have a look to see where he might have popped up in all of that?
He got caught up in another accident.
18th.
Up the other pits and left.
And retired. Oh, dear. Ooh. So, it's a one good result, one bad result sort of night for him. Talk me through the challenges there. We've got David Kirby, Greg Heaney and Jordan Pianazzola all standing by for everybody, and I'm going to go to Troy in just a moment. The challenges of the streets of Adelaide from your standpoint, mate, it's so easy to get caught up in incidents, as you know, but from your standpoint, all things considered, third's a good result.
Third's a good result for me. I've had the first 2 rounds, I wasn't caught up in accidents and finished, I don't know, 15th, 20th. So having this a 9th and a 3rd is good for the points. It was good to actually get a race and not be spun or put into the wall and stuff. So it was good fun.
I was going to say, the first 3 weeks for everybody at home, for context, 23rd, 20th and 11th on the leaderboard. So finally you've got into the top 10. What have you got to do to try and stay there? Because here's the next question, right? So you've been around here a while, both sides of the fence. Numbers are through the roof at the moment in GT3, and I was very impressed to see that even split number 4, as in the grading, the 4th split, the bronze split, you guys even had in excess of 20 on the grid. There's a big vibe on GT3 racing at the moment.
Oh, there is. It's good having the 20, 30 cars on track. It makes the racing a lot better. Makes you actually work for your positions too, instead of just 10, 15 cars on track. You know, a couple of mistakes, you have a top 10. You've got to work hard to stay in that 10 and get into the 10. I didn't work too hard this week. I think I did about 5 laps of practice before the survey, so maybe I just got to not practice and just turn up and see what happens.
The comment on the right-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, comes with no bias attached to it whatsoever. And we'll hear from the driver attached to the comment and the car in just a few moments' time. Staying with you, actually, let me bring Troy in at this particular point in time. Tim, stay with me, mate. Troy, good evening to you. Unlucky, 10 invert positions up for grabs, and your position number 11, but by G. But the sounds of it, we didn't see race 2, of course, from you guys. We were following the gold split, of course. But from your standpoint, how much hungrier did that make you for race 2, missing the invert by 1 spot? You chased your tail, you chased it well. Third's the reward, or as we now know, because of the invoice given to Tim, it's second. It's a net gain of +9. That's a big charge in the feature.
Yeah, cheers, boys. That was. I wasn't expecting that at all. To be honest, I have a fair bit of frame rate issues right at the start of every race, and I think last week I actually pulled off the grid right before the green because I lost all my frames, and I was really worried tonight about that as well. But I stuck with it, and kept out of trouble for a bit, and tingled away through there, and before I knew it, I was following Colin. He was P3 there, and he had a frame rate issue and crashed, and it wasn't until the second to last lap I saw that I was actually in P3. So that was quite surprised.
By the sounds of what you're saying, the frame rate's been ongoing. Any theory, any idea as to why that may be the case, or any idea as to how to resolve it?
No, I've tried everything. I'm running potato graphics at the moment. I feel that my PC's more than enough, but come Mr. Taxman, when he gives me my money, I'm going to actually upgrade and do all that bits and pieces. But I'm just a farmer. I have no idea about computers, so I'll have to try and get somebody to do it for me, or I'll just watch YouTube.
Yeah, I was going to say, you say when, but most of us would say if, because they're not terribly fond of the idea of giving money, more taking it, aren't they?
Yeah, well, that's the world that we live in nowadays, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely it is. You mentioned farming. I need to clarify for the record. Are you on the other side of the ditch to where we are based?
No, I am. I'm originally from over there.
I was going to say that the accent's heavy.
But no, I live in about 3.5 hours east of, sort of in between Perth and Kalgoorlie, sort of in a straight line. I'm sort of right there. So there's not much to do out here.
Oh, so in other words, what you're saying is about 7 years ago, when I went over to Kalgoorlie for a Mad Dash weekend at about 4 days' notice to go and commentate some karting. As I've got my connecting flight from Perth to Kalgoorlie, I've flown straight over the top of where you're currently based.
Yes, pretty much.
Yes.
We probably get hundreds of planes every day flying over, which is pretty good. But no, it's so it is what it is. But
I love it. I was going to say that almost sounds like the dead centre of nowhere in relation to WA, because I know that Kalgoorlie's the big regional centre in the southern end of WA, Broom's the big regional centre in the northern end, and of course Perth, the big capital city, of course. But yes, it's part of the world that I do look forward to exploring one day, if time should permit, but I seem to be bound by 40 weeks worth of obligations here on the platforms of the GSRC, which make that almost impossible at the moment. Hey, let's talk about what brings you to sim racing, because obviously farming and sim racing, they're like worlds apart, but what brings you to this little universe, and how long have you been chipping away at it?
I've been into sim racing since COVID. I'm one of them guys, and and it's just been a money pit since then. Starting off with the old Formula 1 on PlayStation with the old steering wheel, and then then I added something else, and then added something else. And I know exactly what I've spent going into this, and it's I probably should have bought another Formula 500 or something like that, because it's good.
It's an eye-watering sort of number, isn't it? Although it's interesting though, right? Because you talk about Formula 1 and the old PlayStation and the steering wheel and all that sort of stuff. I found over the course of summer, and actually I've since turfed it because I didn't think it'd be worth anything to me, and I certainly wouldn't be getting any more use out of it. I had the original steering wheel that we had for the PS1. What we used to just refer to as the PlayStation, but now, of course, retrospectively, we refer to as the PS1. Some people would call that steering wheel setup a POS, but that's another story. But yes, it was as soon as you said it, I was like, yeah, I remember those. And I remember that I was far better with the controller than I ever was the steering wheel setup. So I'm not sure how many times it got used. I think Dad used it more than I did. But yes, it was a nice little throwback. Mum and Dad are in the midst of trying to declutter it wherever possible and for whatever reason possible, and that ended up being part of the decluttering. I've still got a storage shed full of rubbish at their house, which I hope will be there for a long while yet, because it's rent-free at the moment. Now, talk to me about, obviously sim racing, but favourite categories within sim racing? Is GT3 your central focus here?
Yes, it has been. I don't know. I change my mind quite regularly. I did a bit of oval racing there last year and tried a bit of that, and then I got into GT3 probably about 9 months ago and sort of just stuck with it. I'm a bit of a Mustang sweat lord, and I don't know why I'm driving the Porsche, but there you go. And that sort of just got me into it, and after work I jump on and join the boys, and we go turn laps and talk rubbish and all that sort of stuff. And GT3s is pretty good. I have been enjoying it the last 9 months, which has been really fun.
I was going to say, Porsche once upon a time was the flavour of the month in GT3. Not as much these days, that's for sure. Let's talk about how you feel as though the rest of the season might come together for you, if you can get on top of the small network issues you're having at the moment, and if the Porsche wants to play ball for you, because obviously different splits, different horses for courses. Some splits have Ferrari and McLaren dominating, or Mustang, and others obviously there's a bit of variance with Lambo and Audi and even Porsche, as you say. What do you think's achievable with the Porsche and your skill set between now and the end of the season?
Look, I'd like to just finish races without crashing out. I'm a bit like Tim, as you mentioned earlier. My first couple rounds were just terrible, and then we'll just stick to it this season, and I'll try and make most. I will try and make most of the Monday night races, and I'm also doing the Porsche Cup on Thursday nights as well. So we'll just stick along there, and look, I'm not in it to win it. I'm just there to have fun, take part, try not crash, and try and hold my temper and together. But no, so it's just all for fun for me. Obviously we've got quite a few of the Platinum boys in here with Wade and Sean doing the V8s and the Porsche Cup every now and again, and then we got Colin and Jason and myself and the GT3. So we just come on and just talk rubbish in Discord and turn laps.
We've just been joined in the booth too by Andrew Neal. I think fresh on the back of just maybe potentially a brake pad change on his Whiskey Business Racing entry, but more on that in just a few moments with him. I won't keep you too much longer, Troy, but very quickly, you mentioned Porsches, mate. It'd be remiss of me not to ask you firstly about how you feel about the Hockenheim next week in GT3, but more before that, we've got Circuit of Barcelona Catalonia Thursday night in the Porsche.
Yeah, I do actually like Hockenheim, so we'll try and get a few nights practicing over the week. I'm actually off to the city on Wednesday, do a bit of fun
nice
and whatnot. So and staying there, and then coming back on Thursday. So I'm hoping I should be able to get back in time for Thursday night, which is pretty good because I think it's a little bit later, especially for us here in WA.
Nothing is late on our schedule for WA, mate. I mean, it's either afternoon tea or early evening.
Yeah, well, that's it. I struggled a bit with the GT3s during daylight savings because it goes from a 2 hour to a 3 hour gap. So
I'm very well aware. Yes.
GT3 start at like 4:30 or something in the afternoon, and I'm still slaving around like a little minion at work. So until 5. So depends on if I just jump straight in when I get home, grab a few cans next to me, and then deal with life afterwards. But but it is that again. It is what it is, isn't it? It's a big country, different time zones.
But some of it, as I've said before. Hello, David Kirby. Thank you for being patient and hanging there. As I've said before, welcome to the political spectrum that is the GSRC commentary box, Troy. In WA's case, unlike up here where Kirby and I reside, time difference makes a lot more bleeping sense. And whereas up here in summer, 112 years and 1 hour is the delay. I'd actually take the 3 hour delay in WA. It makes a lot more geographical sense. Anyway, he's right. Don't get me started. It's too early in the evening. It is interesting though, with a view to that's something we'll keep an eye on come summer. You mentioned put a few cans to one side. What are we talking? A few cans of what?
Tonight I'm on the Canadian Club.
He's a good boy. You're welcome around here anytime with Canadian Club. Good boy.
I'm not a big beer drinker. I've just never really been able to drink it. Canadian Clubs go down really good. And but yeah, I just grabbed the lemon crush out tonight. But I've got a few soda and limes and just the normal dry. So it gets me through the race and keeps me hydrated.
So this is the thing, right? I'm more Canadian Club and Dry pretty much straight down the line, but as long as it's Canadian Club, you're up for it.
Oh, exactly. Yes, I won't turn one down.
There we go. If ever we have an opening for sponsorship, we might be able to get CC on board with the amount of people that drink the product around here. Now, there's a sales pitch that I'd like to see our committee pull off. Thank you very much, Troy. Well done, mate. Appreciate that. Who would you like to thank before I let you go?
Just all the boys at Platinum. Obviously, Colin. Again, a bit of bad luck with him tonight. This probably should have been his position. I was happy to just sit behind him. And Jason as well. I'm really happy with Jason. With he got rear-ended in the under pace car on the second. I think it was the second.
Oh no.
But it might have been the first one. But so just all the boys at Platinum. My personal sponsors, Macintosh and Sons. So any farmers out there, you need servicing, tractors, whatever, New Holland. They're the guys, and I think they may have one over in Queensland, up there somewhere, I think, as well. So OEM off-road mechanical up there at Tom Price, that's Wade's sponsor. And then just all you guys that put this on. It's actually great fun. And just our group tonight, Tim and I think it was Bradley. Was it Bradley that one? Just good work on that, and a bit hard luck there, Tim, but I'll take your P2. Cheers, mate.
You're welcome.
I love it. Hey, well done, Troy. Welcome in here anytime, mate. Great to catch up with you. Well done on the result tonight, and hopefully it bodes well for the remaining 6 rounds of the campaign, mate. Go well.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you. Have a good night.
We will indeed, mate. Thank you. Especially now that you've given some bait for Kirby to throw at me. Appreciate that. Timmy, let's finish with you as well, mate. I appreciate you hanging around here as we've introduced Troy to the chat. Fascinating to get some insights from someone that we don't normally hear from. From your standpoint, you heard him talk about taking the Porsche on board this season. Why the McLaren for you, please?
I was going to go the Mustang, but doing some practice around Watkins Glen and some other tracks just didn't feel very nice, so I just went back to something that I've raced before.
And at the end of the day, there's something said about being comfortable, right? It's less fun, right? That's the only way to put it. It's you've got to be comfortable. It's got to be enjoyable. It's got to be fun when you turn up here on a Monday night. And if you are arriving knowing that you're not going to be comfortable, that you're going to be in for a sort of a long haul behind the wheel of the machinery, it kind of decreases the enthusiasm level, doesn't it?
Oh, it definitely does. So that was the big reason staying at the McLaren, or going back to the McLaren. Did it for 2 seasons before, for a couple of seasons in a row, so it's just something familiar. I know I can I'm not the quickest in it, but I know I can keep it off the walls and on the black stuff.
Now, thoughts on the rest of the campaign, mate? I mean, obviously, now that you've broken into the top 10, you've bagged a couple of top 10 results there. Can you continue doing that in what is equally, like all the other 3 splits above, also a very competitive and contested series at the moment? Where are the goalposts for you over the course of the next 6 weeks? And what are your immediate thoughts on sprint racing at the Hockenheim ring?
Rest of the season, pretty much, if I can keep in the top 10 every race, I'll be happy. Keep bagging the points and sort of hoping some other guys have a bad race, especially at Hockenheim. I feel like it's supposed to be a bit of rain around, so that could be a bit interesting, a bit of fun, slip and slide. So I'll try to. I like the rain a bit. I think it's fun. So but for the rest of the season, don't even know what's after Hockenheim, to be honest. So take it 1 week at a time.
Well, if you're having a look at the screen, Adam Lavis, I'm sure, could probably put that calendar up for you. The Circuit de la Sarthe follows. So on August 10, we're going endurance racing, ladies and gentlemen. Then we go to the Indy Road course for a sprint, to Suzuka for 60 minutes, to the Red Bull for sprint, which we've seen in Formula One R-3.5 tonight, and then to Mount Panorama in Bathurst, as it was put earlier in the broadcast, for the 90-minute enduro, which we're looking forward to as well.
Suzuka, I honestly don't really like Suzuka. I just can't get the flow of it myself. Le Mans, Indianapolis, Red Bull Ring, yeah, not too bad. Always look forward to driving at Bathurst, it's 10 minutes down the road. Hopefully I can get the home ground advantage like Jordan did tonight.
Well, that's exactly right. It's all about taking those opportunities to thrive and shine on home stage on the rare occasions in which we do come to your own backyard. Now, we know you're being kept busy with race control and other things, and obviously other driving series as well, mate. But I could imagine, as much as it's been a hectic start of the season for the committee and the admin crew, and Adam Lavis from a broadcast standpoint getting the changes with GT3 and a few other things across the board. From your standpoint, though, race control's been kept on their toes over the first 3 weeks.
From what I've seen, they have. I actually haven't done any race control this season, and I stepped back a bit towards the start of last season, just kids sport and everything to sort of take priority, so I had to take a step back, and it was a bit of a rush coming home after work, kids sport, dinners and all that stuff, so I've actually taken a step back from RC, but they've had a few new guys come in, which is good. From what I've heard, as you can see, they're doing a pretty good job at it too.
They have indeed. They're very, very good. And it's always good to catch up with you, mate. Hopefully we'll see you back on track later in the week. And looking forward to seeing you in action when we next touch base with the bronze split later in the season in Waste Options GT3 as well. We appreciate you stopping by the booth for a chat and for hanging around and being patient with your time here like everybody else. But as you can see, we've got a fair queue of people behind us. So I'll press lively in the hope of, or step lively in the hope of being off air before 11:30. Because this is the last Monday night for a couple of weeks in which we can do this. Do the post-race show in full, ladies and gentlemen. More on that in a moment. But Timmy, who would you like to thank before I let you go, please?
Everyone at Whiskey Business to start off with, the GSRC, the committee, all the guys in the race control, the guys in the bronze series for the fun racing that we have week in, week out, and Waste Options for sponsoring the series, yourself and Adam for putting on the broadcast week in, week out, and everyone else behind the scenes.
Very nicely done. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Always good to catch up.
Thanks, Zach.
All right. Dave Oliver's also seen himself at exit stage left as well, which is funny because he was throwing shade on me and Jordan Pianazzola for being in here having a chat after 1 a.m. on Friday morning without providing any context whatsoever as to why he was still awake at that time of the morning. I never got back to ask him about that, but we'll catch up with him at a later point in time, and we'll catch up with Dave, hopefully as the season goes on. Hopefully we'll see him back on the track as well. I can see Greg Heaney lighting up as well. Are you calling presidential pulling rank treatment?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. I need to ask your teammate about his brake failure in just a few moments' time.
Did he do it again?
And Andrew Neal did, yes. Going down to Wakefield Street.
He really needs to get his USBs sorted out, I think. That's 3 weeks in a row he's had his USBs cut out near the start of a race or something, and it's just gone long through a corner. And I think he got lucky last week at VIR that he didn't take somebody with him.
Yes. That's a very good point, actually. I'd forgotten about that. We'll hear from him very shortly. Sum up your own night for me, please, and I guess at the same time, enlighten me as to how the whole stable, or those that you've had a chance to converse with anyway since the race ended, how the whole stable has fared this evening, mate.
My night was actually pretty good. Qualified inside the 10 in the silver class, and then managed to come home in 5th at the end. So still inside the 10 for the inverts. Which was good, and then unfortunately got caught out as collateral damage going into turn 1 at the start of race 2. car behind me, Jackson Russ, who I was keeping very, very honest during race 1, got a helping hand into turn 1 from a car behind him that he ended up sideways into the nose first, sideways into the turn 1 tyre bundle, and I happened to be on his outside coming into the corner, and it's like, well, I can see this happening and it's going to happen and there's not much I can do about it. Was still able to limp the car back to the lane, take the fast repair and get going again, and then so ended up bringing the car home in 14th in the end, after a 6th place start. But I mean, it wasn't a great night, but it was still something to tick off that it was able to be completed for both races. After turning somewhere in the realm of, I think, another 50 odd laps over the weekend for practice, I think I wore out all my good laps because I couldn't break a low 17 tonight, and I know Lockie ended up managing to pinch the fastest lap from me on his last lap of the race by 0.02 of a second.
Razor fine margins there, quite frankly. How difficult is it though, right? Because you're someone that absolutely, I'm not sure I know anyone in the club that loves the track more, has done more laps here than you, or a combination of the above. But how hard is it knowing that it could be a 50-50 sort of outcome every time you arrive here, mate? Because you love the circuit, but probably it's better when you're out there on your own with no one able to get in your road or vice versa. You know full well the risks involved here, and that it can so easily end in being caught up as an innocent bystander as it did tonight.
Oh yeah, every lap is, and by the way, I checked my own count on Garage 61. I'm now at 1,202 laps inside 7 months. Oh
Jesus!
Yeah. So look, yeah, it is every single lap. You've got to be at 95% maximum attack to be able to get the absolute ultimate entry and exit through the first chicane, but you've got to still have that margin of error and enough respect for the corner that if you do get it slightly wrong, it's potentially going to end you well and truly, or at least maybe end that lap, or at least make a mess of the car anyway. But I know during race 2 I had after already taking the fast repair, I certainly had an awkward bounce going across the curb, and it certainly made me sit up and pay attention, and almost ended up in the wall at turn 3.
And that's the thing, even though you have done 1,200 laps around here, it's still so easy to find a place in which to bring yourself undone. There are the results from the silver splits that Greg was referencing. Jordan Dakin on top, Jonathan Akers second. Eduardo Zamora, Jackson Russ and Greg Heaney the top 5. Todd Suter, Joel Hansen, Edward Roller, Jacob McIntyre and Lachlan Shinkfield the top 10. How many in the field in total, Greg?
I think we had 24 or 27 cars, I think.
Not bad, not bad. Feature results, Joel and Hansen on top from Edward Roller, Lachlan Shinkfield, Alan McDonald, Nathan Harvey. So already there you're seeing names that you didn't see in the top 10 in the first race. Scott Smith, Warren Ibert, Ben Goring, Scott Wooden and Martin Pedersen. So a full turnaround of fortunes there for so many. The round points are going to make for interesting reading in a few moments' time, mate.
Yeah, I've already been pinged by Jono Akers. Apparently he's coming for me. So it will be interesting to see where we end up next week at Hockenheim, particularly if there's apparently some moisture around. I do like the Aston in the rain, so we'll certainly see what comes of that.
Indeed, Ferrari still appear to be the dominant force in that series at the moment as well. I was going to say, 1,200 laps, and yet still it's so easy to find somewhere as a driver doing a single individual lap. You still haven't yet perfected it in the sense that you're still finding ways or finding new ways in which you could potentially trip up.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, if you going through the staircase, if you get a braking marker slightly wrong, you hit a curb wrong, it'll bounce you around. Coming out of turn 7, hit the outside curb the wrong way, it'll turn you around. Coming through turn 11, too wide on the exit, which I was lucky to get away with. I barely missed the wall a couple of times on the tyre bundle there, and just swiped it ever so slightly and got away with it. And then you've got the nature of the circuit is you've got cars coming out onto the fast lane out of the pit exit. You've got cars that are laps down that you could potentially trip over or have to try and navigate your way around as they go through the staircase and whatnot like that. So it is very, very fine of a margin to get around here quickly and still in one piece.
All right, very nicely done. I mean, obviously, Hockenheim and Moisture is going to be very interesting. But where are the goalposts for you as far as this season's concerned? Because I'm looking at the result sheet at the moment. You're inside the top 10, mate, which bodes well.
Yeah, look, I mean, now that I'm pretty sure now that most, if not all of the split allocations are locked and sold and put away, barring maybe a couple of outsiders. I think we've already got one we may have to shift from one of the servers. Yeah, I mean, if I can finish inside the top 5, being I'm coming from the Pro-Am split, which not excellent results, but obviously with the change of server, we do get a slight boost on points, or a slight negation of points depending on which way it goes. But yeah, we'll see how it comes out in the end. But if I can hold it inside the top 10, potentially get into the top 5, I'll call that a pass mark.
Very nicely done. Where are we? 10:35 Eastern Standard Time. So 8:35 on the West Coast and 25 to 1 on a Tuesday morning for our friends across the ditch in New Zealand. Don't forget Commonwealth Games coverage continuing right through until 7:30am Eastern tomorrow morning once we're done here. So the big sport keeps rolling on. I apologise in advance because I'm probably going to fall asleep watching that again tonight as well. Not to say that it's boring, because it certainly isn't. It's been fascinating and we tear it to shreds at the Commonwealth Games. But yours truly is running on a very empty fuel tank at the moment, it's fair to say. And you know it's bad when even the iced coffee isn't doing its job to give you that extra kick along. Greg, the rest of the week, how does it look, please?
So I'll be in for Wednesday night on the early one with the... I'm drawing a blank. Wednesday night I'll be in BMW, that's it. Unfortunately, I will be missing Knock Hill this week. I've got a nephew's birthday dinner to go to, so I won't be in for the V's this week.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, I know. Knock Hill's an absolute cracking little goat track to be throwing those things around on. I'm pretty sure there's probably going to be plenty of them drifting over through turn 1 and into turn 2 through there.
And there'll probably be a rollover or two as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you're not on two wheels going up over the chicane on the little crest, you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah.
And then in for the double on Friday. So.
All right. Well, I'll be seeing you Friday, but I won't be here Wednesday, and you're not here Thursday, so that doesn't help. I was going to say, we still haven't yet perfected the formula of trying to successfully convince family members to work around us, have we?
No, not yet.
No. It's a work in progress.
It would be nice if they did it on a Saturday, but these things happen.
Yeah.
Even it's Sunday, because we don't do anything.
When most people do their gatherings, yeah, I know, I'm hearing you. They're very nicely done. You're not sick of the Adelaide circuit yet?
No.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking after 1,200 laps we might have been getting closer, but clearly not. Very good.
No, I still haven't mastered it properly yet. So
that's true.
There's still time to find somewhere, and I'll find it eventually.
But to be fair, right, this is the thing, right? We're constantly torn between perfection or just, generally good. And I find it difficult to imagine that, I mean, even the best of the best would have their Achilles heel in this world, right? I find it difficult to believe that you can perfect everything. What's the old saying? Expert at everything, master at none.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, so would it be a case of, because you are constantly in so many different cars, so many different vehicles, and so many different circuits, is the strive for perfection going to come up short because of the overall strain on the brain to try and remember every little nook and cranny of every car and circuit you're on?
No, not really. I mean, my line of work has me thinking a lot anyway, making sure that things work. Otherwise, people are going to end up with roofs falling on their heads. So I've got to be mindful of that side of things. So, but no, I like to be very consistent through my times and stuff on the sim. So, and as I said, there's time to be found at every circuit, and I haven't found all of it yet. So whatever I can find, I'll try and find it. But yeah, unfortunately tonight, all the time that I happened to find over the weekend, I lost it all. Well, I think it was just maybe track condition. I'm not too sure, but I've yet to figure that out. So
I was going to say, the boys that have already left, I've got some magnificent content for the post-race show tonight. They're going to miss out on that, but I know Jordan Pianazzola will stick around and have a laugh. We'll get to him that's exactly why I've left him a little bit longer, because I know he'll have his first glass of victory champagne before we get to him, and then probably the second after the fact. I will keep pressing on, though. We've got Mr. Neil, Mr. Kirby, and Mr. Pianazzola to get to. In fact, I'm surprised Kirby's still here because we're pushing on the door of his bedtime, so I might go to him in a moment. Greg, thank you for that, mate. If there's anything else to mention that we haven't already covered off with regards to tonight, please do so. If not, who would you like to thank, please?
no, I'll just thank all the sponsors on the cars for our guys, and the rest of the team for putting on a show for what was put on the broadcast tonight, and obviously you guys here in the booth in broadcast, and to all the sponsors of the club that make it all possible. So yeah, and obviously all of the other drivers that do show up and give us such a great problem to have of where on earth are we going to put them all.
Well, that's exactly right. And to be fair, I mean, the club's decision to go to 4 GT3 splits continues to be justified week in, week out, mate, because the numbers keep turning up in droves for a Monday night in the prime time slot.
Which is, to be honest, an excellent problem to have from my point of view. So the more the merrier. We've got plenty of space, so bring them on.
All right, very nicely done. And yeah, I've because of habit, right, because of just history and evidence, I keep waiting, like most of you guys probably do, for that drop-off. It hasn't happened yet. It's really good stuff. Pianazzola, the spicy collar is warm. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be back in the booth. No, you take the time. We'll be here for a little while. We've still got Kirby and Neil to get through yet. Unfortunately, that was Troy Maguire and David Bernays in the opening heat. Oh, dear. That was, unfortunate for those guys. That was how their night ended. Really ugly incident going through the centre chicane and up to turn 3. Very nicely done. Thank you, Greg. We'll see you Friday, because I'm not here Wednesday. Appreciate that.
Catch you on Friday.
Enjoy. Adam, can I just verify with you that the GT3 thumbnail on the top left-hand side of the screen right now looks a little bit different week in, week out. The GSRC logo didn't used to be in the bottom of that thumbnail, did it?
No, it's
Have you made that little change week? Yeah, that's what you've updated. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I thought it was just the split name that ran across the bottom, and then when I saw that, I was like, hang on, it's now the split name and the club logo. I like it.
When the redesign, I moved the split name to the middle rather than the corner. But then when I have the 2 splits, they're in order.
Yeah, very good. He's ahead of the game, ladies and gentlemen. That's why he does what he does, and I do what I do.
Learn from my past mistakes.
If only I could. Which is not limited to, but includes taking David Kirby's bait. We'll get to him actually right now. Thorn Weggett, I hate this track. That won't be well received by either Haney or Pianazzola, I wouldn't imagine. He reckons we need 2 seasons away from Adelaide. Although that being said, David Kirby, after your efforts here tonight, I reckon you'd be quite happy to come back here again.
Oh, good morning. How are we? Sorry, is it time to go to work yet?
I didn't realise you were over in New Zealand. Good morning.
How are we? Look, that was interesting. All being said, I actually had a decent night's racing after very much a up and down week of practice. So, really struggling through turns 1 and 2, and then obviously getting through the staircase decently. But tonight was able to get through there through both races and everything, and keep it going.
Look at this on the right hand side of the screen. If you've got Adam's feed open at the moment, David, you'll see that Jacob Miller is just baiting the what out of Thorn Wagon. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Seeing David Kirby in my mirrors was definitely getting me nervous, he says. Good drive from him, and happy birthday. So he's buying into your good mate, Will Buchanan, wedged in here earlier and said, it's David Kirby's birthday, but it's not. It's David Kirby's birthday week. So many happy returns for later this week. Because
someone's been Facebook stalking.
No, well, see, this is the thing, right?
Remember
last term. Remember last term when all these idiots were starting to throw around birthday shout-outs and that there were no birthdays actually aligning with anything that any of one of them were saying. So I was like, I'm not taking the bait from these pricks no more.
He did jump on my screen on Harlan Esports, and he said you were having none of it.
So I now go and do my research. So we're Facebook friends, David Kirby. Oh, July 30. So happy birthday for Thursday in advance, because we won't get a chance to catch up between now and then, I don't imagine. Yes, everyone just piling into that at the moment. But it's interesting, right? Because we have had the discussion in the past. To answer Jacob's point, he wants an Adelaide week, right? An Adelaide season, more to the point, right? Shut up, Thorn. He wants an Adelaide season. I don't think that's possible. I'd more be on board with, remember back in the old days, the early days of the club, we had a Bathurst week. So it was more a case of we would have all grand finals, all in the same location, etc. I would argue that the only reason we wouldn't do an Adelaide season, but we could do an Adelaide fortnight if and when they come and scan the updated version of the circuit, which they're going to bring in next year for MotoGP.
Yeah, too much. But you don't want to overdo it, do you?
Exactly.
Too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. Like I know, like early years ago when September would roll around and it was a Bathurst 1000 in a league or an official or something like that, just about every second week for about a month, and it was like. And you do all of them, and then you just go, look, all right, I'll come back here next September. Same sort of deal.
Yeah.
You don't, especially you don't want to be broadcasting Bathurst every night and everything like that on every car and stuff like that. I think that might be a bit too much. Just from a viewer point of view.
Yeah.
Look, it's a great circuit to run. With the plan changes, etc. for the MotoGP. Will we get the updated version?
Hope so. Malinascus is probably finding holes in his wallet now to fill in order to fund another trip out there for iRacing.
FYI, that was a great pass, Jordan. You were a rocket.
We're going to hear about his night very shortly. We're also going to hear about Andrew Neils as well. Hey, have a look at this. The interesting, so felt that way with Spa. Did a week in IMSA at Spa, and then the week with GTS, and then it was Spa 24 hour, and then the GSRC GT3 at Spa. I agree, you can have too much of a good thing. Although that being said, I would argue that you can never have too much of Formula V. And I have said on the record before that I wouldn't be disappointed if we had them in every entree slot on the bloody broadcast schedule, like Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I think my vocal cords and voice box would give out at one point, but I'd be all for the challenge. Now, we do have the Phillip Island race coming up. Where are we this week for Phillip Island? Supercars, Wednesday night, that's right. 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. So there you go. Ferrari Challenge is at PI soon enough. and PI is wicked. Yes, PI in Formula V, September 10 will be epic as well. Okay, so a couple of good weeks, a couple of strong results. Curbs, you're getting the hang of this GT3 caper.
Yeah, look, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, look, the first couple of rounds, definitely happy to throw them in the bin, especially week one. But look, the last couple of weeks have been good. It just goes to show when you put in a bit of effort and everything like that, you do get rewarded with some decent results. So happy to finish in the fight. A fourth and a third for the night. Qualify, okay. Probably should have qualified a little bit better, but look, I take it out how it is. You play what's in front of you. So to get P2 overall for the round as well. Pretty happy with that, and just trying to make up for those early mistakes in the season, and hopefully we can push on and continue the form.
All right, very nicely done. The invert race is always a challenge. You got to think on your toes, strategically speaking, more than anything else. Especially. Here we go. Buying Knockhill now. We may or may not see a Miller Motorsport entry into the V's. Good. I like it. The more the
better.
Do it
in reverse, Jake.
Knockhill will be awesome. Cannot wait for that. Invert racing. Got to think on your toes. As you said, you're already scared the proverbial. The old SH1T. The interesting thing in all that, though, is we know overtaking can be sketchy around here, but these races have brought out the best in these guys from a tactical or racecraft standpoint. You've got to strategically work through the motions in there, don't you?
Oh, look, absolutely. Like the first race was okay. Got the jump on the car beside me, so the first 4, 5, 6 of us all went through single file, so that was pretty good. The feature, everyone pretty much went through there side by side. I'd had a look before. I think there was one that cut the chicane, which is standard practice and standard images coming out of Adelaide on that camera angle there. So, but we all got through there. We all survived. There was no track blockage or anything like that. So, got to tip my hat to. Got to tip my hat to the entire field. Everybody took note of Trav's messages throughout the week and Greg's messages throughout the week as well, about just being smart through there, and I think everybody did that, and that then was able to build on good racing across the field.
No one looks likely to top the carnage we ever saw here, and Jordan can verify this, along with Thorne, in Formula V. The V's will take the cake forever and a day with regards to the Demolition Destruction Derby caper that they rock and roll with in week one of their term. No doubt. It was absolute carnage, bedlam and everything in between. Look at this. It's not. It's Thursday, right? We've already established this. And by the way, for those of you that
Will, what are you getting at?
Right, well, yeah, exactly. For those of you that wanted to refer to it as Facebook stalking earlier, I prefer to refer to it as research, so you don't sound like a dill. Right.
Homework. Just like Jacob Miller's got some.
Through being led astray by you idiots. Now, let's straighten up. And for once I wasn't part of it, says Thornweg. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, the boss man did tell Will that he's got to be an authorised fish to do the birthday messages on broadcast. So
yes,
he's not an authorised fish yet. So you can't have any of his birthday messages.
I love it. Hey, Michael Angus, let's talk about him very quickly, your teammate. Not a bad result in race 1. Race 2, however, different story.
Yeah, qualified well. We did a bit of pretty much all quali practice and everything yesterday, because obviously the nature of the circuit, you need to be up the front really. He done well, qualified well, raced well, just cruised through that first race. Obviously then with the invert puts him back in 10th, so you're in amongst it, elbows out. I'm not too sure exactly what happened to him. I have not had a chance to have a look at it yet, but I did look up at the end of the first lap, and his name was at the bottom of the list. So for him to work his way back up to, I think, about 16th or something, there, that was pretty good. Very good drive.
Indeed it was. Apparently it's everyone's birthday at the moment. Let's
No, it's just mine this week, Peebles. Just mine.
Yeah. Now, how are you celebrating that one, by the way? I mean, it's a school day, it's a work day. Anything planned for the weekend?
Yeah, going to go hopefully watch the Cowboys destroy the Roosters. So, but we've got a home game up here on Thursday night in the NRL, so I will be at Queensland Country Bank Stadium.
Hang on. Are we being literal, or are you just trying to reel me in with bait, Mr. Miller? I don't have your date of birth details on me. I apologise, and I don't want to sound like a dill. But get me some proof, and I'm happy to back it up. Now, I was going to say, what are the odds? Are you the underdog in that situation, given the Roosters?
100%.
Yeah.
I think we were the underdog on Saturday night against the Broncos, but we gladly finished their season, so that was good.
I'm looking forward to hearing all about that next week when we catch up with you on a Monday night. Speaking of which, let's quickly turn our attention to Hockenheim, mate. How are you feeling about sprint racing around there? Again, a tricky racetrack, and because of the way it flows or doesn't, the overtaking opportunities, you're going to have to get the elbows out.
I'm just trying to think. I always get Hockenheim and I think it's Hungaroring mixed up between the two. I'm not too sure. That's Hockenheim's the one with the Mercedes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, look, I haven't done a lap in there in a GT3 car, so this entire season is all every track we go to each week is a new track. Obviously, I've done plenty in a supercar. Love it, love the kink into the stadium section. The turn one kink, I think it is as well. I'm just trying to think. It's been a while since I've actually been over there and been there and driven that circuit, but look, I'll familiarise myself with it this week, and I believe it has the potential to be a little bit moist, so don't mind a little bit of wet weather. So that'll be my first outing with a wet track in these cars, so looking forward to that. That'll be just another challenge, and hopefully we can work our way to the front or be up the front and stay there. But sprint racing again, invert top 10, anything can happen.
I've got so much I want to say with regards to the comments coming in at the moment, but I'm not even sure I should entertain them, quite frankly. The broadcast might run into the wee small hours if I start returning surf on any of that. Although that being said, I'm wanting to know in Andrew Neil's case if it's 21 times 2. But that's another story. And Jordan's just throwing shade from the comfort of the broadcast booth because he can, because we haven't dissected his night yet, which we'll do very shortly. David Kirby, thank you. Appreciate that. Entertain us. Yeah, I will. I'll be there very shortly. Don't you worry about that. A full-time... actually, I don't do any of the streaming whatsoever. I merely am the mouthpiece. It's Adam and Andrew and Joe and everybody else, Matt Schmidtke, that do all the streaming for us. And I'm very glad that they do, because I can't multitask to save myself. So commentary and producing at the same time is just not something I'm entertaining the idea of. David, great to catch up with you, mate. Well done again on the result. Good to see you in fine form. It's almost like the supercar days of old. So go well. Hopefully the cows do get up as icing on the cake sort of birthday present to you. Good luck with that, and obviously many happy returns. Who would you like to thank before I let you go?
I look everybody at Fishy Motorsports, of course, West End Motor Group, Matt Whitaker Electrical down there in Victoria, Michael Angus Digital in Harlan Esports, where you can always tune into all my streams. And just want to give a big shout out to Jordan and Jacob. Absolute mega drive from both of you boys tonight, so well done.
And Will Buchanan, never a truer word spoken. It is his fault. It is absolutely his fault.
I'll have to go and jump on YouTube and read these.
Absolutely, you will. Go and amuse yourself. You might lose an IQ point or two along the way, but go and do it. Mate, thank you, David. Appreciate it, mate. Go well.
No, thank you. Alarm's going to go off in about 5 hours. Got to go. See ya.
Genuinely really impressed on how you guys get a highlight reel kind of thing in the background for my interview. That was so quick. How do you guys do that? No, we didn't. Adam just hit the replay and highlighted you. That was pretty much how we roll around here. We have been following David Kirby because we've been talking to David Kirby. And meanwhile, the actual highlight is how quickly Adam Lavis chips away at punching all the results into the points tables so that we can update you on the standings as they sit after round 4 before we get off air tonight. I think we've also still got to go and have a look at Pro Split results as well, so we'll do that very shortly. There's only 4 brain cells here, says Jordan Vianazola. Actually, can I just let you know too, by the way, that I don't know, for whatever reason, the temperature in the room dropped as soon as we zoomed in on the streets of Adelaide tonight. I had to go and put a jacket on mid-broadcast from Adelaide. Something to do about, it must be something to do with Adelaide, I'm not sure. Andrew, good evening to you. Jordan, good evening to you. I may as well bring both you in at the same time. You're my 2 broadcast colleagues, and it's always nice to see you out there on the circuit. Brake failure, Andrew, or driver failure?
What a night. It was a disaster, but it depends on which one you were looking at. The one where I ran deep into the runoff, that was
yes,
definitely a late application of brake.
I thought it might have just been passed off as a brake failure, rather than a brain failure.
No, it was definitely brain failure.
Oh dear. Hey, rather than entertain all these comments for a little while, let's talk about the racing side of it, because you're still in the gold split, so you haven't been elevated up into platinum yet. The McLaren's going along nicely. How are you feeling about that combination, car, driver? I mean, we can talk about the circuits a little bit later on, but are you feeling comfortable with the McLaren?
The car is good. The pace is good. I think I've just started my season in McLaren following what the F1 McLarens are doing, so pretty much 3 DNFs so far.
Yeah, let's not talk about Oscar at the moment, fair dinkum.
It's been rough. It's been rough.
Oh dear. Look what I've started here, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need to go to the Melbourne International Comedy Festival anymore. You just come to the GSRC post-race show.
The comments coming in tonight.
Reece turn will be up to 100 before we know it. But anyway, let's carry on here. Not ideal, but the streets of Adelaide. I mean, you talk about the calendar we've got. There aren't too many easy circuits, but this is on the upper end of the difficulty scale, isn't it?
This is just, you've always got to be switched on. There's really no break. We did the 3-hour on the weekend, and there's just 3 hours of absolute concentration. And that didn't go any better than here, to be honest.
How do you feel when you get out of that situation? As you say, you've got to be switched on. That's got to take a toll. Do you ever get out of the rig and feel as though you've got to go and take some Panadol? You've got a headache just because you've been so focused on the task at hand?
No, I'm in VR now, so I've kind of blocked out the world. But before, when I had tribbles, I'd be going down the streets, looking at websites, checking my phone. I'd get distracted by butterflies. So VR is probably good, but then you're constantly wondering what's going on around you.
Actually, I was going to say you probably get more of a headache just being having me in your ears on a Thursday night, being my producer and director, quite frank.
No, I just turned you down.
It's amazing how many people say that.
No. When you
true story, though.
When you talk to me and I don't answer, usually I'm doing something on the webpage and I've just completely forgotten that I was there.
Funny thing is, though, I had a couple of people make the mistake of saying to me on Saturday, what's going on, Zach? We can't hear you. And I said, right, challenge accepted. I got back there to the same post, to the same person after the finals yesterday. You fixed it. We heard you today. That was good. I was like, yeah, I aim to please. The voice box not happy with me today as a result. Now, that's spot on about VR. Used to be in VR, and it's so good for concentrating, says Miller Motorsport. But it's a niche, isn't it? Everyone's got their preference. Everyone's got their creature comforts. So how are you finding VR as opposed to the other options that are available to these guys? Because some people can do VR, and then I talk to some, and they talk about getting motion sickness behind the wheel of the sim rig.
And I'd go back to triples in a second if I could. My missus bought a sewing machine and wanted to start a hobby. So naturally, my 1.8 metres of screens across the room had to be condensed down. So now I'm tucked into a corner with a headset.
Yeah, that's fair. So how much of a, head, insert next word here, is that situation when you're so used to one, but then you've got to go and learn the other? And how much time does that take to adjust accordingly?
I think I'm still adjusting to it, to be honest. The field of view is just so narrow compared to what you get on the triples. But the immersion's really good when you're on the VR. So they've both got their ups and downs. I think I'd go back to triples if I could. I might just get one big wide, ultra wide thing at some point, but we'll see what happens.
Save the pennies for Black Friday, mate, and then obviously have the discussions that need to be had within the household. Actually, no. Just go and buy it, because it's easier to buy it and then apologise later, right?
She wouldn't mind if I bought it. It's just coming up with, I don't know, how much of those 50-inch monitors or 49-inch, like $2,000 or something.
Black Friday, you'll be right.
On top of a sim rig.
Aim it up for Black Friday, mate. You'll be right.
Correct.
It's only 5 months away. I can't believe I'm saying that. Fair thinking. Actually, it's only 4 months away, quite frankly. Because 7 and 4 is 11. Yes, 4 months away till Black Friday. Christ, we're 5 months from the end of the year. Where does time go when you're having fun, gentlemen? Let's stay with me, Nearly. I need to introduce this bloke because he's been very patient. We've held off on this for a little while because we know that he'll still be smiling like a Cheshire cat. Because he's the pride of South Australia. He pumps the tyres into this place week in, week out, be it in the commentary box or in the comment section. He was so excited about having a race on home soil, and he's taken an Audi of all things to victory lane in Waste Options GT3 on broadcast as well. Jordan Pianazzola, how chipper are you about that one, mate? Well done. It was a nice drive too, and strategically the master stroke was the pit stop.
Whoop. That's how I feel. I feel really happy. I don't know if you heard that. I might have done it really.
It's sort of a little bit, but that's okay.
I was just doing woo, but really, really loud.
I figured that.
No, that was fun. I loved every minute of it. I mean, it couldn't have gone better than it did. It was just, people have already said it during their interviews, but Adelaide's just one of those tracks. It's so difficult. You have to stay clean, and that's how you get a result. And I knew that going in. Obviously, the home track sort of. I don't know if I want to say advantage or not, but
well, I did, so you may as well.
I mean, okay, I'll say that then. But look, I've done a lot of just random hot lapping in the last few days against my mates, just beating lap times in supercars and just random things. And it was good to actually get into it for some good amount of time. I missed out on the 3 hour on the weekend, but I'm ecstatic. Yeah, like you said, I can't wipe the smile off my face, and I wait for the next week.
No, I didn't think so. I mean, not just because it's the home round, or because you put any extra pressure on yourself because it is the home round, but there was, there's a pride factor, right? You guys, we know how parochial you lot are. It's almost to the point of sickening at times. And I mean South Australians more broadly, not just you specifically. But yeah, there's something about it that just I don't know what it is. But we knew as soon as you got to the front that we weren't going to be able to shut you up about it because we know how much it means, and you wear your heart on your sleeve. And it's nice to get a W, especially when it's on broadcast, mate. And I'm looking at the point standings now. Things are looking very nice for you. You've got 3 podium finishes on the trot, 2 thirds and a first. And to work your way through from 8th on the grid, that was nicely done. And you did it, on the sly, under the radar a little bit. You're sitting there a couple of seconds behind Jacob, and then obviously you ended up gaining 1.7 in the pit stop alone. He's obviously detailed the issues that led up to his pit stop and the entry into pit lane. But to pull that margin back and then still win it by a couple of seconds, that was probably not expected until we were aware of the small issues for Jacob. It's a great result for you, though, and you've got to take those opportunities when you get them. We mentioned the importance of racecraft in a situation like this, because this circuit, not easy for overtaking, extreme difficulty level, and the sprint races, you've got to obviously use that compulsory pit stop from a strategic standpoint to your advantage when the opportunity presents itself, right?
Yeah, you've said it bang on exactly. I mean, I was lucky with Jacob and his pit stop, failure, I guess, or stumble or whatever. But I thought I was going to be in for a fight at the end with Jacob. He was looking quicker, at least in that first half of the race. In the second half, it started, seeming like I was the one that had the upper hand. I think I was watching the stream back, and I gained a second and a half in a lap or 2 laps or something. So I definitely had the strong foot in the second half. But yeah, his pit stop was what ruined it for him and gave it to me. Climbing up the couple of positions was a bit of a surprise. Able to execute a couple of moves around here using turn 9 as the main spot to do it, and just sit on the rear bumper, apply the pressure, and they'll get the slowdown at turn 1 at some point, sooner or later, and that definitely happened a few times. I think Kirby made a bit of a mistake coming out of 7 onto the back straight, and that gave me the chance to get the toe, because normally I find the Audi's a bit slow in a straight line. But because it's a street circuit and you've got the whole staircase section, and it's a bit more corners, and like Andrew even said, there's no time to relax. The Audi just seemed to, it had a bit of an upper hand there, because you're always on the go moving. I did a race at Road America in a different league today, and I was absolutely, dog water down the straights. So the Audi's not too great there, but yeah, in the corners it's wicked, it's on rails, and that's what it was tonight. It was, I want to say explicit words, but children, 10:30 or whatever you say, so nah, I'm good, I'm not going to do that.
Well, yeah,
there we go. Mate, now I want to say explicit words.
we are past the threshold because 7:30 Western time has come and gone. So we're in that window where you could get away with it, but no, we'll be better examples than that.
Yeah, I'll be a good boy.
We'll do our very best, and I agree with your sentiments. It's interesting though, right? Because I want to ask a question to the both of you, since you're still here, and I appreciate you hanging around. There's some interesting feedback coming in. You're never going to please everybody. The most recent comments about that tyre bundle at turn 1 just absolutely murdering you if you so much as clipped it, right? So talk to me about your thoughts on that, because we could have the argument about whether you leave them there or whether you remove them or whatever the case may be. But as Greg Heaney said, your teammate Andrew Neal, it's one of those things, isn't it, that if this is one of those circuits where it's the 1%ers, you get a ripple strip the wrong way, you hit the wrong bump, whatever the case may be, you pay the price, and because it's a concrete canyon, it's always a big price.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could move the tyre bundles, it's not going to do anything really. If they're there, you've just got to learn to drive around it. Your car's not going to go through it, so you've just got to deal with it, really.
Indeed you do. Your thoughts, Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, iRacing does have moving tyres at Daytona. I've seen a bunch of people go, head on into the tyres on the exit of the bus stop there, and they've moved the tyres. So clearly iRacing does have something where you can hit the tyre and it will reset, the next lap or a couple of laps later. And maybe they need to do that at turn 1 here, because obviously you look at supercars when they fly through the chicane here, they smack that tyre bundle to where it just does nothing to the car. They do drive through it. We can't drive through it, but iRacing, I think, probably could maybe allow that. I get the tyre bundle at turn 11. You could probably pull that back, but for me, if you're looking at the stream here, it's this right-hander here. I absolutely despise that wall on the exit, and I used to love when you could just hop over that curb and just shoot down Bartels Road there. Bartels, or whatever the road is. Yeah, I'm the home guy. I don't even know the street names.
Yeah, I'm not expected to know it because I don't live there, and
pretty sure it is Bartels. I'm going to go look on Google Maps now.
I've never been to the Adelaide Parkland Street Circuit, but yes, that's all right. You can confirm that for us as we go. You're and it's the same. Like, I mean, if you didn't have the tyre bundle there, you'd be getting yellow flag alerts for a slowdown because iRacing can find a way to hamstring you one way or the other. So it's either clip the tyre bundle and pay the price, or cut the corner, serve the slowdown and pay the same price because you've got cars passing you left, right and centre. And we saw a couple of drivers fall foul of the slowdowns earlier in the race as well. Neely, talk to me about how you turn your season around when we go to Hockenheim next week, please. Is it doable?
Hey, just before we go there, I think if we were looking at anything for turn 1, it's just to open up that open up the chicane so the off track or the slowdown doesn't trigger quite so easy, because it's just you get it off by like 1 millimeter and you get a huge slowdown. So they could open that up a little bit, make it a little bit more lenient.
You seem to be in agreement with that, Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone here watches the supercar races, they absolutely, they motocross jump that thing basically. So yeah, I think just making that a bit more lenient. Probably if it was like the whole car over the curb, that's maybe the penalty. But as long as you've got tyres sort of on the curbing or whatever, I think that should be within limits, but it's not up to us. But it is Bartels Road. I just want to confirm that.
Copy. I like how he's done his research. Thorn Wiggett in complete agreement with what you two are saying as well. So it's an interesting one to get his thoughts as we go here. Now, where do we look to with you, Jordan? I mean, obviously you've conquered the home round, and we know how much that means to you, but can you take the momentum and run with it going to the Hockenheim ring next week?
I mean, it's a fantastic circuit. I love it. I'm sad it's not on the F1 calendar anymore, and I hope it does come back one day. But yeah, look, in the GT3 I've done a few laps around there. I've done, I think, maybe, I don't know, 2 official races now, probably both last year. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. It's a sprint round again by the looks of things.
It is.
I'll see if I can carry momentum. But yeah, that's where it will probably start to get difficult for me, because I don't know how I've never been in a sort of title fight in iRacing. So if I am in contention now, well, yeah, I got to see how I go. I don't know where I'll be. I've been in title contentions in karting, but I mean that was like near a decade ago now when that was. So I got to re-lock in.
Indeed, you do. We're looking forward to seeing how you do that as well. The other point I should make is I believe we're without Andrew Neil next Wednesday night, but you and I get the team up again on Thursday night. And Jordan, I thank you in advance for deputising for me along with Sharpie this Wednesday night while I'm off commentating Porsches. You've got your not so favourite, but you turn up to commentate it anyway. BMWs to look forward to.
Yeah, no, hopefully they give us some good racing. Last week was pretty good. They were, a little bit more messy, but still, clean, which is end of the day what we want. But Road America does those things. This time it's Spa, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, the Wednesday night with Dale watching the Beamers will be fun after you, or while you go do your own coverage for the Porsches, which is exciting to hear for yourself. But then, yeah, I'm excited to get into the V8s later at Phillip Island, and then obviously you got the Formula Vs at Knock Hill, which I still haven't done a lap around, which I probably should, because I'm actually in title contention now. I'm 9 points away from Adam, and I'm in second. So yeah, and then I'm having a bit of a dream run at the moment because Supercars I'm third. And P Cup I'm up into 6th, so depending how those next couple of rounds go, I might be in 4 title fights here in GSRC, which that feels pretty insane for me as a commentator on the side as well.
Absolutely. I was going to say the GT3. I mean, obviously, aside from Miller, who are the other main threats you're looking at? Thinking, if I'm going to win this title, I've got to beat this bloke, and this bloke.
Well, I know Bonici's, pretty much always on the ball. I'm not too familiar with Kirby, but he seems like a quick fella as well, so probably him. But then obviously Michael Angus, he's leading at the moment, so obviously him and Dan Piper, who are the two sort of closest around me. You got Paul Wood up there too, but I know Bonici's been quick in past seasons, so I'm sure he'll pick up his game a little bit later, and even Traz as a party's been pretty quick as well. He was pretty quick today, and just unfortunately the slowdowns took him out of any contention really. So yeah, those are the names for me.
All right, very nicely done. And Andrew still just content with hanging around in the gold split at the moment, no eyeing off platinum right now?
I know it sounds funny, but I mean, I make the joke about sandbagging. I absolutely don't. I'm just having a go, but I just stick right on that margin every time. So I don't think I'm moving, which is good. Means the races that I can actually finish more than 5 laps without crashing are a bit of fun. Yeah.
I was going to say, you missed the braking marker tonight in the dry. You wouldn't want to do it if the rain arrives at the Hockenheim Ring next week?
No, absolutely not. Hockenheim Ring, it's always fun, Hockenheim Ring. The rain adds a bit of spice to it. I reckon it rains most times we go there, so yeah, it'll be good. Run down the back straight. I'm sure I'll end up in the gravel down the end.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if it rains every time we go there, but I know we've found our sweet spot with taking sprint racing there. That has livened up the events we hold there every single time. So looking forward to another dose of sprint racing next week. Yes, Formula V on Thursday night, Jordan. I cannot wait for that, and obviously the Porsches as well. And Andrew, when are you next behind the wheel of a race car, please?
No, I think I won't be here. Oh no, I'll be here for Hockenheim Ring. So that'll be me done, I would say. A couple of nights on broadcast, and yeah, then that'll be me done.
All right, very nicely done. Hopefully a little bit of time to get prepared for Hockenheim in the meantime as well. Anything else to add, fellas? Apart from some thank yous, which I'll lead you into, but anything else to add before we start to wrap it up? Absolutely nothing.
I'm ecstatic though, still with my win.
And how did we celebrate? Which so you've mentioned that the spicy cola was warm. So what have you gone with, please?
Oh, I was also looking to see if I had some scotch, and I don't. And then I looked at the time, and unfortunately the shops are shut, so that didn't help.
Yes.
I was gonna, and I might have it later. The little brew that I made a while ago of Werther's Originals mixed with Malibu, that coconut stuff, and that tastes absolutely great. But I'm just having some beer at the moment, beer and Moretti. So some Italian beers for, my Italian heritage. So
now, when you say warm, did the Italian drink it hot like the Poms do, or not? Is it just because you didn't have it in the fridge?
I had it in the spare fridge, so it's in the garage. It's somewhat cool. The fridge isn't even on, so they were loosely cool, but I threw them in the freezer to get a little bit of coolness into them, and that's good enough. Once I have one drink, I don't care what the temperature is.
This is what happens in Adelaide.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're still to get power on.
Well, mate, they're ahead of Queensland. for 6 months of the year anyway.
We're ahead of everyone. What do you mean, Zach?
You're ahead of Queensland for 6 months of the year, and that's buying into the bait that Kirby threw earlier as well. Very nicely done. Who would you like to thank, boys?
You go first, Jordan.
Okay, me. Well, obviously, you guys that put on the show here. Obviously, it's top tier once again, and I'll definitely give a watch back of the feature race, and I'll even watch the other guys as well. They'll deserve a bit of a watch, I'm sure. Adelaide always provides some great racing, but yeah, all of the guys at 116 Works, they're a bit of support in me carrying the team when they decide not to rock up because they think Adelaide and any street circuit is a waste of time, which I despise because it's the best track in the world is on street circuit wise. It's probably out there anyways. And then all of the guys at Skidmark Sim Racing, but the guys that also designed the Adelaide street circuit as well, they can get a prop as well. The guys that built the city of Adelaide as well, and everyone in Adelaide as a whole as well.
No, I might stop you there before you go all the way back to thanking Captain Cook.
And I'm surprised they haven't modelled the saloon with the horses tied up out the front.
Oh God!
At this point in time, we may as well just thank Captain Cook for finding.
I've got to thank Peter Malinauskas though, obviously.
Well, yeah, there you go. How good. Well, actually, to be fair, right, this just goes to show how easy it is to get people on your side. You dangle the carrot and say, we'll bring a big-time sporting event back to the city. Irrespective of our politics, vote for us. And sure enough, you lined up blind and voted him in, and he delivered on his promise. It would have been piss funny if he hadn't.
That carrot tasted good, I'll tell you that much.
I don't doubt that. And probably the $50 bill that turned up with the thank you card in the mail once you voted him in too, but that's another story. Thanks, Adam and Eve, for all of this. Says Saul Weckett. That will do me right now. I actually know that true story. At the presentation I said yesterday, someone actually thanked God, and I was like, I think that's a first on a day that we normally obviously don't get to attend usual religious practices and masses and whatever else, because this is our religion. I think that's the first time God's been thanked at a Dunlop Kart Stars presentation. Very nicely done. Who would have thought we'd be getting religious on a Monday night? How about that? Very nicely done. Gentlemen, thank you. Hang around. A couple of things to get through in a few moments' time. Adam Lavis, do we have the results from the Platinum split, please? Because we haven't been there yet. It's nearly 11:30. We haven't been there. We probably should. Just to dot the I's and cross the T's. On the way there, actually, no, there it is. Bo Cubis with the qualifying results. Pole position for him, 1 minute 16.563 ahead of Philip Worley. Good to see the DPR racing entry, the Chev doing good things. Alex Barrel on Adam Wilson, Willison. I always get stumbled on that one. Brad Radu, Stephen Lawrence, not flipping and flying at the moment, which is good to see. Leo Dreyer, Harrison Denbrinker, Richard Mitchum and Ryan Jones at top 10. Race 1. Cubis doubling up. Very nicely done. Alex Barrelon, Adam Willison, Bradley Ratu, Sam Blacklock up into the 10 from 13th on the grid, and Eric Fenson from 14th, and Luke King from 11th, and Tim Miles from 17th. Have a look at all that. Richard Mitchum 6th, Eric Fenson, Luke King, Leo Dreyer and Timmy Miles made up the top 10. So we've got a couple of South Africans in the club now, which is good to see. We've got a wide-ranging scope of different countries and continents represented on the platforms of the GSRC. It's really good to see. Feature. He did the double. He did the treble. He swept the night. Bo Cubis, thank you very much. Lines up and cleans up from 10th on the grid, wins it by 6 seconds. He smashed him. He absolutely smashed him. He pantsed them. Mitchum in for second, the defending champ. Adam Willison third, Bradley Radu, Luke King, Tim Miles, Nick Wood, Michael Whiting, Alex Barrelon, and Alan Dawson, the top 10. Very nicely done. That's a huge result for Bo Cubis, 116.922. Righto. Let's start with bronze and work our way through, Adam. Let's go to some championship standings now. We'll get everybody out of here before midnight with any sort of hope. let's update what we can with regards to the point standings. I'm not sure what you've got ready, or if yes, we do. We're good. Excellent. Let's go. Martin Davis now with a +2 gain tonight leads the way. But look at that. Look who's second. Look who's tied on points for first. It's our good mate Dale Sharp, our broadcast colleague. Even with a 5th and a 14th tonight, he's equal first in the championship. Davis gets it on count back though. The count back, Adam, is that alphabetical order because D comes before S, but or is there other method to the madness at the moment, please?
I don't count back until the end. At the moment, it's just whatever the last result was. Just whatever the sheet was when I've pre-sorted it.
Righto, copy that. So it's not an alphabetical thing. It is a last result, which is 81 outdoes 76. So that's fair. Colin Bennett third, Luke Baggett at fourth.
8 outdoes 14.
Oh, 8 outdoes 14. I thought you were meaning the points for the round. Yeah, right.
Because the last thing I had sorted as was the race results, race 2. So that's the order it stays in.
Okay, that's fair. That makes just as much sense. I like it. 5 different manufacturers in the top 5, and 6 in the top 10, ladies and gentlemen. You got 2 Bimmers, you got a Chev, you got 2 McLarens, 2 Ferraris, 2 Porsches, a Ford and a BMW. 2 Bimmers, a Ford in there as well. A lot of gains tonight, +5 for Mitchell Cherry to get up into the top 10. 97 points covers the top 10 at the moment. 304 -207. Yeah, 97. 97 points covers the top 10. And 33 points covers the top 5. Extraordinarily tight stuff at the top of the leaderboard at the moment, but we're not even halfway through the season. Silver. We did run through their results earlier, I do believe, but if we didn't, there they are on your screen anyway, because the round honours in silver, actually, they're not on your screen. Can we just scroll down that leaderboard and show everybody at home who won silver tonight? Oh, there we go. Joel and Hansen with a 7th and a 1st. We did show you the results, but there's the round results. So Joel and Hansen, 97. We'll scroll back up, please, sir. Thank you. 91 for Edward Rollo and 84 for Nathan Harvey. The top 3 tonight. Points table. Todd Cinderella, McDonald and Thornweg at the top 3. 34 points covers the top 3 at the moment. Scott Smith, Edward Rollo, Neil de Bruin, Greg Heaney, Warren Ibert, John Akers and Jesse McMenamin. 5 Ferraris, 2 McLarens, a Chev and 2 Astons in the top 10 right now. And yes, 110 points covers the top 10, so it's a bit more spread out there right now. But Todd Suter remains dominant despite the fact that he didn't bag a top 5 finish tonight. In fact, look at that all across we've talked about the jumbled up finishing order in some of the other splits. Have a look at it there. All over the place. No real consistency to that whatsoever. But as the boys detailed earlier, there was a little bit of niggle in that second race. So that wasn't to be unexpected. Strong numbers again across the 3 splits that we've shown you so far. Let's go to platinum. To gold. And then to platinum. Gold, that's the series that we had the feature race from. As you can see, Jordan Pianazzola, look at that. Ooh. It's looking tight at the top. 7 points first to second, 4 different manufacturers in the top 5, and what have we got there beyond that? Lambo and Chev gets added into the mix, so 5 different manufacturers in the top 10. 4 McLarens, 2 Fords, a Chev, an Audi, 6 different manufacturers in the top 10, and a Bimmer as well. So Ford, McLaren, Audi, Bimmer, Lambo, and Chev. Brad Coates on 263, so what's that, 17, 83 points covers the top 10 at the moment. Michael Angus, Jordan Pianazzola, 7 there. Jordan's got 17 on Daniel Piper, who has 11 on Paul Wood, 13 points then back to Joel Farley, 6 to David Kirby, 17 to Sean Benici, 6 to Jacob Miller, who has just 1 on Travis Azzopardi. Miller, the big mover, up 4 spots into the top 10. Kirby and Benici, 3 for Kirby, 4 for Benici, and 2 positions gained by Jordan Pianazzola, who won the round by 8 from David Kirby, and Jacob Miller in for 3rd on 91 points. Very nicely done. The platinum split. Harrison Denbrinker remains the points leader, but his unbeaten run has come to an abrupt end in a shocking way. That'll probably result in a drop round for him, 69, a 21st and an 11th. Oh, couldn't have gone any worse, could it? Maybe DNF. Bo Cubis with the clean sweep. BMW on top for the first time this season. Ending Ferrari's stranglehold on the campaign. This is a bad sign, boys. I was on Struggle Street earlier on. The coffee wasn't working. I now feel as though I'm really wired and switched on and waking up. So I probably won't be sleeping till sunrise. Semi Blacklock in for third tonight with a non-classified in the second race, despite fifth in the first. 3:13. Have a look at how further spaced out this is compared to the other splits. So first to 10th is 118 points at the moment. Philip Worley, 273, 118 points in arrears of Harrison Dembrinka, who leads from Bo Cubis. Sam Blacklock, 313, 307 for Luke King, 298 for Luke Page, 290 for Nick Wood. Michael Whiting and Richard Mitchum, 5 points apiece or apart, 287 and 282, 277 for Miles and 273 for Worley. So it's spaced out at the top. Dembrinka gone by 52. And 26 from Cubis back to Blacklock. Then it tightens up. Gaps of 6, 9, 8, 3, 5, 5, 4. All the way back to 10th. Leo Dreyer just outside. Chev, McLaren, Ford, Ferrari, and BMW in the top 10 at the moment. So I think I've mentioned 5 different manufacturers again. Single entries for BMW and Chev, 2 McLarens, 3 Fords, 3 Ferraris. Oh, very nicely done. I think we should wrap up and get out of here. Adam?
I think we lost you for a second there. I think your mic just dropped out.
I do apologise.
While you were naming, unless that was just something on my end.
I think we've grown.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that did go through. That was just my end then. Okay, disregard. Sorry.
I can talk for longer if you want. No. We are absolutely done. We're over time. Now, just a memo as well, folks. I've been lined up already today by our good mate, our broadcast coordinator, Adam Lavis. He's got early alarms next week and the week after. So there's likely to be no post-race show in week 6. Because that's a 90-minute race, and it's going to be ending just after 10:15, closer to 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. So there'll be a very quick wrap-up and a case of alerting you to the Wednesday night broadcast of that week as to when the points updates and everything else will come through on broadcast. There'll be a memo left behind to our Wednesday night crew to make sure they cover that off. But yeah, there'll be no post-race show. So think of it as though back when we were doing the Friday afternoon broadcast, the Thursday night replay, and we weren't doing post-race shows. Very similar to that. Next week, I think the threshold, the cut-off is 10:15, so we can have a couple of yarns after that race or that sprint round from the Hockenheim ring, but it will not be the comprehensive wrap-up of the night that tonight has been. I just wanted to get in early and let you know. I mentioned that during the early part of the broadcast, just so that you, if anyone's asking questions as to why it sounds, looks and feels different, there is method to madness, there's reasons for it. You'll still get the racing live, you just won't get the banter in its full complement as you have tonight, and the boys have laid it on really bloody thick too. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks to Waste Options, Disruptive Labs, merch.tgsrci.com, slow down Zach, Trophy AI and Flash Graphics. A big thanks to all of them for their ongoing continued support of the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, particularly Disruptive Labs. Waste Options being the Monday Night Motorsport doubleheader sponsor as well. They back both Formula Renault 3.5 and also, of course, the GT3 staple, which has been around for 26 seasons now. I didn't... did I run through? No, I didn't. Alex DeVickas, 361, Cameron Dance, 359, Luke Brooker, 348, Doug Gowans, 321, and Guy Leach, 298, your top 5 at the moment. After 4 rounds of Formula Renault 3.5, it's important to note the top 10 there already separated by 132 points. So that thing blooming out beyond any sort of competitive level at this point. But it's a really good fight between Cameron Dance and Alex Kazikas for the top of the leaderboard, and Luke Brooker nipping at their heels as well. Now, even though we're done, the great sport rolls on. Even though they are only showing the gymnastics at the moment. Day 4 of the Commonwealth Games from Glasgow. All through the night, swimming finals from 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. You can watch it on the screens at 7, and of course at 5:30 local time it switches over to 7 mates, except in WA where it will just be the end of the coverage. So they'll be pushing into a delayed edition of Sunrise in your part of the world, and of course live on the eastern seaboard. So we're just about done here. I don't think there's anything else I need to alert your attention to on air. We've covered off just about everything I needed to mention tonight, so let's go and have a look at what's coming your way for the rest of this week now that the the Tour de France is behind us. It's just the Commonwealth Games and the Sydney Super Cup that'll dominate primetime sport this week. The football pre-season getting underway. It only feels like yesterday that the World Cup wrapped up, but no, that was last week. Committee's choice tomorrow night from the full grand course, the big bopper at the Virginia International Raceway. Geez, VIR's getting a workout this term, isn't it? It'll soon be in the same company as Road America and Mount Panorama being labelled as one of those tracks that we just go to too often. VIR, the grand course tomorrow night, 2 sprint races, 7 p.m. Eastern, and that is the Indy NXT. That is the committee's choice, car of choice for this week. 2 sprint races, full invert for the second race as well. Server from 7 p.m, racing from closer to 8 o'clock. Wednesday night, Neely's here. Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, 40 minutes, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the merch.tgsrci.com BMW M Sport Cup. And back to single race mode for both the entree and the main course on Wednesday night, because we're off to the Gateway to Hypothermia for the supercars. An all-in elite and dev split, 40 minutes the journey, 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. Good luck to all and sundry there. Obviously, some of our guys won't be lining up in either of those because they'll be competing in the Super Sprint round of the Porsche Pro Invitational from the Red Bull Ring. Good luck to them as well. Have one YouTube feed, have your phone on one, have your computer on the other, folks. Tune into the GSRC, tune into the SimSpeed ASRG broadcast on Wednesday night. Some great racing, some top shelf stuff coming up on both platforms this week, and I'm delighted to be part of all of it. Thursday night, this is compulsory viewing. It is every time that it's a Porsche Formula V double header. It is compulsory. Value for money, no doubt about that. Last week proved it. This week will be no exception. Knockhill for the Formula Vs with thanks to Disruptive Labs as we head to Scotland for the first time this term, and we've got 3 sprint races there from 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Pianazzola very close to a win last week. He'll be hoping to restore order and actually nab one this week. The Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, the historic configuration minus that Dicky chicane, thank Christ. 8:45 Eastern for the Porsche Cup. And that is the main course, the dessert to the main course on Thursday Night Motorsport this week, and we're looking forward to that immensely. The Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya hosting the first of 2 consecutive weeks of 40-minute racing in the Porsche Cup, because then we go sprint racing 6, 7 and 8. Back-to-back weeks of sprint racing once the second half of the season gets underway. Friday night, now asterisk next to the GT1, but given our track record and our strike rate so far, there's a chance we might actually be here for that. That's now a definite maybe for Road Atlanta with sprint racing on the horizon. That'll be an absolute beauty for the latest round of the GT1 Civil War. Aston Martin dominating so far. Chevrolet look to bounce back. Road Atlanta might be the place to do it. Home turf for them. 2 sprint races, 7:30 Eastern. If we can be with you for that, we will be. If not, we definitely will be with you for the Disruptive Labs Road to Windy Series coming to you from Long Beach Street Circuit in California. That is a 48-lap race, just as Barber was, and that was a beauty too. 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. Can Ethan Morris continue his dominant run? We'll wait and see. Saturday night, Mountain Men will spin the wheel Friday night to determine the car of choice for the 200-kilometre trek around the mountain on Saturday night. 32 laps of that magnificent bit of motor racing real estate in bitumen from 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then next week, we get underway with the week that will eventually take us to the halfway mark of the term with the Formula Renault 3.5 series heading to the Nürburgring in Germany for a 30-minute race. That's from 7:30 Eastern. And then straight after that, we're back into sprint mode for GT3, coming to you live from the Hockenheimring in Germany. So it's an all-German night. Oh, bring your bratwurst. Bring your Stein glasses. Bring anything else that's of German context, ladies and gentlemen, next week. Because Waste Options GT3 is heading to the Hockenheimring for their second consecutive sprint round, the second of 4 for the season. We will bring you the Silver Split first up. That'll be their 21-minute sprint race. Then the 37-minute feature from the Platinum Split. Nice to have both those splits back in business on broadcast. And we'll bring it to you live from 8:30 Eastern. Adam Lavis and I will be with you for that one. And then a very quick post-race show to wrap up, unlike tonight where I feel as though we've been here for nearly 2 hours in post-race mode already. It's been a very long one, but it's been an enjoyable one because we won't get to do it for the next couple of weeks. So we're making the most of the opportunity while we've got it. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. A brilliant night of racing here. The streets of Adelaide delivered, particularly if your name is Jordan Pianazzola, flying the flag for, well, as we worked out earlier, not Australia, but specifically South Australia. And, of course, a very good result in the Red Bull Ring Sprint round as well in the Formula Renault 3.5 series, where we had two different winners there as well. Dougie Gowan's getting his first win of the season, and Cameron Dancy's second, the first repeat winner of the season there. It's important to note, and Ferrari's stranglehold on GT3 Pro, or Platinum as it is now, put on pause temporarily with Harry Dambrinker's winning run coming to an abrupt end. Maybe we've found his Achilles heel, sprint racing on the back of 3 wins in 90 and 60-minute races to get the season underway. We look forward to your company Wednesday night, Thursday night and Friday night as Week 4 action continues. In the meantime, on behalf of Adam Lavis and all the broadcast commentary and production crew here, I'm Zach Caven. Go and enjoy the Commonwealth Games on the screens of 7 or on Triple M via listener, ladies and gentlemen. And we look forward to your company on Wednesday night. Until then, enjoy the rest of your evening. Oh, actually, no, scrap that. There's only 17 minutes of that left. Enjoy your Tuesday. Enjoy your night. Enjoy your morning, whatever it may be. We look forward to your company Wednesday. I'm Zach Caven. Bye for now.